Mrs. Victoria. The reason why I did that, she's late, but her death taught me some lessons. And her death is propelling me to do with issues. Because I know that there are some other people in our condition that need help. So we must find solutions 5, 10 years before you have Eureka. Keep moving. The lookout.
Oh my God. You will agree with me that that was an impactful session. A round of applause for him again. Thank you. You know, this is not my first time of meeting Dr. Oladipo. I met him like 2, 3 times, and I've heard a lot about him on LinkedIn from friends. And I know of people who Dr. Oladipo single-handedly invested in immensely. And I can say that you're really doing well. Well done, sir. And then you did something now. You already gave me the ginger. Love that. Thank you, sir. Dr. Oladipo has said a lot, and few things stood out for me. He said that in every challenge, there is an opportunity. I mean, when challenges come, some of us are sometimes dejected. God, am I the only one? What's happening? But the truth is, there are opportunities deposited in every challenge. Another thing is that he said we should leverage on digital tools. I mean, we are in a area, digital Android phones, Infinix, Samsung. We just use it to like snap selfie videos, and just so much power in these things. We take charge and people and to improve your people will look for you. That means invest in yourself immensely so that men and women from all walks of life can look for you. And the last thing is, don't lie to build your brand. Don't project what you are not. Don't lie to build your brand. Thank you so much, Dr. Oladipo, for that impactful session. Thank you. If you're on Twitter and you've been gaining pen, so if you've been gaining few things, I want you to do something now. Tweet about the keywords or about the sentences that struck you. And Twitter, ODN, ODS 20, and then the answer will be intelligence in his own words. In his own. So, if you can remember that, please tweet it right now. Use the hashtags. There's a prize for the winner. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I'd like to call on. Okay, we are moving on to the Lightning Talk 2 with the topic Achieving the Smith Dream, Purpose, Possibilities, and Practicum. This session is for Professor John Ocho, the Chairman Center for Emerging Skills, LAUTECH. Before you clap, let me read this bio. Professor John Adedapo Ojo holds BTech 1999, MSc 2002, and PhD 2011 in Electronic and Electrical Engineering. With a specialization in communication systems and signal processing, he was offered an appointment upon graduation as a graduate assistant in the Department of Electronic and Electrical Engineering, Ogbomoso, and now a Professor Ojo has numerous articles in the Department of Electronic and has developed resources for teaching and learning these courses. Its research interests are in machine learning, computer vision, image processing, pattern recognition, and its application to biometrics, security, and surveillance systems. Professor Ojo is the chairman of the Center for Emerging Skill Technology, a center with the vision of building future competencies in people. He's also the convener and team lead and information processing, instrumentation, and control, SIPIC. He's a well-sought conference speaker where he delivered keynote addresses on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and its application to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Professor Ojo recently attracted a tech infrastructure named Sheyi Makinde Innovation Tech Hub to LAUTECH. The hub focuses on research and innovation, upskilling, and reskilling of the
for the future. So our mission statement is to help develop capabilities that will enhance existing expertise by providing training innovations and enabling environment for emotional intelligence, creativity, and critical thinking in partnership with leading experts and companies to equip with objectives. Our objectives are like this. We want to be an innovation hub for cutting-edge technology. We want to establish education and professional training modules towards the realization of the aim of this center. And I want to say that necessary papers have been submitted to the relevant organs of the university, and it is currently under treatment. Very soon, once we have the approval, we'll be floating courses on artificial intelligence. And I was so impressed when my brother talked about artificial intelligence. That is what we do. That is what we dream. Okay, that's what we do every day. By the way, I have some of my team members here. The first person had to leave, Professor Lukbenga Temito Lukbenga Belu, a consultant radiologist. Is my consultant radiologist is my collaborator. We've supervised about 2 or 3 PhDs together, and at least about 2 other master students. We work on computer-aided designs using artificial intelligence for the detection of computer. Worked on thyroid. We are working on brain atrophy now. We are working on. We worked on liver images in the past, and we worked on thyroid. You see, and then we are using computer-aided artificial intelligence algorithms to help to be like a second guess for radiologists, or even to help to detect some of these diseases at the early stage, and that will make treatment very easy. So, okay, so part of what we do is to help establish, okay, professional. Okay, I was trying to recognize my team, then I quickly wanted to go back to my time because I had been told time up. Okay, Professor Bello just stepped out, and he will be back shortly. For other guys here, Monso, okay, is good on anything microprocessor-based system. Peter worked on. Peter is a guru in machine learning as well. Ife is also in machine learning. And then Faith does the CEO of Oye. Okay, good. So that's our team. And then the field, and then we have other academic staff members of the university working together as CPIC group. Research group members. Okay, let me come back to my presentation. So, okay, one of our objectives also is to provide cost-effective training to develop an individual's or in organization level of productivity, then to make available development prospects that enhance capacity building and upskilling. Okay, let me move on. What are competencies? What are the areas we focus on? Machine learning is the tool, okay? Data science is a subset of machine learning as well, okay? And then autotronics. We do autotronics also in conjunction with AutoGig, international resources. We want to train people to handle that, robotics, digital. Next slide, quickly. Next slide. The next after this, okay. At CEST, what we do, we call it first one is upskilling. Now, there is what we call micro-credentials. Micro-credentials are 3 months training program
business models, right? And that's what makes the difference between a startup and the traditional SMEs, right? So because you're always trying to do something very new, novel, right? So then you talk about the VCs. The VC is a venture capital. It's an upgraded form of the angels. The difference is that they usually collect money from other people and invest on their behalf, whereas the angel investors use their own money to do the investment, and usually angel investors will invest more than the capital. So typically they are looking to do stuff like helping. It's called mentor-driven capital. They provide mentor-driven capital. So they want to use their experience, their connections, and their money to help this early stage business to become something bigger, right? And then you have the PEs, the private equity firms. Those ones are the upgraded versions of the VCs. So that, I mean, so let's, that's all of those people plus more make up the funders, right? And then you talk about the environment, the policy makers. So you talk about policies, which is where you have the government people. So you talk about regulators. So they make the laws that make it possible for these startups to operate unhindered, to make innovation happen unhindered. So, and this is where you have the government people and all whatnot, right? Where, I don't know where our brother plays, like the Pebec office, for instance, trying to make sure that the environment is conducive enough for businesses to start. So, of course, within that same stakeholders, you have the academia, which is where we are now. We're in Lautech today, so there's a major role that the academia is supposed to play because they are the fertile ground for the innovation, for people to actually, it's the fertile ground for seeds to germinate, right? They are supposed to provide that fertile ground for seeds for people with ideas to be able to think freely and build stuff and dream and find a way to make those dreams happen, which is one of the reasons why I appreciate the fact that our brother is pushing for CEST to take off in Lautech, right? So those kind of facilities make it possible for um, um, ideas to germinate and become um, a great. So those are, I don't know if I've missed out anyone so far, but those are the stakeholders in the ecosystem.
Much, Uche, that is actually the foundation that we are expecting to build this premise of discussion on. Because since that I've been listening to the talks and especially the first session, I discovered that a number of us, I'm representing the people now, a number of us don't really know where do we come in these digital economy summits. Where's my place? So if you're going to be talking about funding now, we might still be applying it on the traditional and not thinking, but the answers that you have given us now further explains, okay, you want to add something to what you said.
Important. I think it's important for us to complete the foundation so that it's easy for conversation to flow. So all of these things we've talked about, we're discussing the startup. So what is a startup? Because a lot of times when we ask that question, you see people answering what they think a startup is. But I think it's important that we are on the same foundation. So a startup, the president just signed the Startup Act just recently. And I think that the easiest thing anybody can do is to Google that document and see the definition of a startup there so that it becomes easy for all of us to flow. But I will try to summarize what the definition is. The core ingredients in the definition that I'm about to give would be innovation-driven, right? Innovation-driven is the core ingredient. So a startup is an entity or a business entity leveraging innovation to solve problems at scale, right? And innovation. Just understand that we're not saying that it has to be a technology company. There are two different things. Being a technology company and being an innovation-driven company are two different things. You can still be a startup as a technology company. a technology company, which means that most of the other things that we already do can qualify as startups if we understand how to leverage technology and innovation to do them.
Please let's put our hands together for Uche. This is it's like you've been expecting me to ask you that question before. Anyway, let me ask the next question to Yemisi. You already mentioned this in your last time you came here. I would like you to repeat it again. How did you come about funding for your own business, Thrift Africa, and other things that you're doing?
That's a really good question. And I think it builds perfectly on what Mr. Uche said. So if you're building a startup, there are different types of funding that you can get. And the funding that you should be looking for will depend on the kind of problem that you are solving. So your business model, what you're planning to use the funding for. So there is grants, which a lot of people focus on getting because it means money that you do not have to pay back. But you would find it easier to get grants when you're focused on impact. So if your business is not really impact driven, you may not get grants as much as people who are impact driven. There is the debt, which is loan, which a number of people run away from. However, it might be the best option depending on your business model and the problem that you want to solve. So because we mainly started off doing micro lending, debt or grants was the best form of funding that we could get. So I'll come back to that in a bit. There is also equity, which Mr. Uche has mentioned a few times when he answered the first question. So somebody gives you money in exchange for a small portion of your business. It could be 1%, it could be 5%. I'm part of something called Founders Institute, and one of the perks that they give is you provide advisory in exchange for equity in people's businesses. So somebody may not necessarily, and I mean that's the day. I wouldn't encourage it as much. People who could give you advisory or support or be a part of your business in exchange for equity. So depending on the kind of business the kind of startup that you're building, and what you hope to use the funding for, any of this could work. And then there are not get this funding from. For us, we got a number of funds from family and friends. So we are in that place where we are currently bootstrapping. So we've not started looking for external able to sell it to other people, strangers who do not know you from anywhere. So I have a friend who is currently building an e-commerce startup, and he's trying to raise a pre-seed fund of $350,000. And I think he started early last month, and he's raised more than half of that amount from his family and friends. So if you're trying to raise money, because it can be very difficult. It's a very stressful process. I'm working with a number of startups trying to raise money, and it is not child's play at all. It is your sweat and your blood and your time and your strength and everything. So, but starting with family and friends sort of gives you the ginger that you need. Because if you're able to raise $100,000 from your family and friends, it builds your confidence. It's a success story that you can start with. And if you're able to tell people, or even $50,000 or $10,000 from your family, your friends, or even $5,000, it doesn't need to be a lot of money. It shows flesh in the game, and it shows that people believe in this, your vision. And then you can get other strangers interested in wanting to build. So I would really suggest family and friends as one of the first base when trying to raise funds.
Wow, thank you so much. I thought you guys would. Before I move to Mommy Odusi, I still want to ask you one more question. What will you advise as a no-go area for a startup to get funds? No-go area. There are ways we can generate funds. What about the ways we should not generate funds?
There's no generic answer to that question, sadly. It would really depend. I'm thinking off the top of my head. Maybe stealing. Don't steal, definitely. But apart from that, it depends on your business model and the use of funds. So why are you raising that money? Some people raise money not because they need it, but because they know that if they mention that they got funding from, I think Innovate Lab is building a fund, an angel, a VC fund type thing. And some people raise money just because they say, if someone should come and say, Victor Asemota invested in my business, it sort of gives you some form of credibility than someone else who has probably not gotten money from Victor Asemota. So different reasons for raising money. Some people raise money not because they need it, but because of the credibility that it includes to their brand. As per where, yeah.
Let me support you. So in addition to what she said, right? Um, since we're discussing the startup ecosystem here, you should not, we cannot be discussing loan from the bank as a startup. So that should be a no-go area for any startup. You don't need a loan. I hear people say, oh, but you can go and take a loan now. No. No. Um, if you're really a startup, then loan is a red flag for you. Okay? However, depending on the stage you're in, a time will come when your revenue, right, can sustain you being able to take loan. So then you can approach loan. At that point, you probably have gone through the different stages of raising money. So she talked about family and friends. So they're like basic steps. The first set of money you get for a startup is your own money. Your own money is the first. The second is the family and friends that she talked about. The next is the angel investors, right? And then before you then talk about the VCs, depending on the stages that you want to go through. But traditionally,
Thank you very much. Mercy just told me we have very few more minutes to go. So let's move to Mami Odunsi. Well, we are talking about digital transformation from traditional. It looks like a foresight thing to me. How do we get funding for something, especially for this side, part of the world, Ogbomoso? I was at SQI some days ago and I saw the project, the exhibition, they created 3D printing. And I'm like, are you serious? You did this in Ogbomoso? But, I was expecting an excitement in the room because of that kind of finding in Ogbomoso. Guy, we can print anything. But I was looking at people's faces. They have curiosity. They had excitement. So that mixture, the same we can find inside our angel investors. We are transforming into something that is a foresight. How do we pitch ideas, AI, like Prof just talked about, that people who are still here, having the money, the funds, can resonate with us and support us in that, with this transformation. Do you understand the question I'm trying to ask now?
Okay. Good afternoon, Ogbomoso. I'm Remi Odusi and I love Ogbomoso. Thank you for the warm welcome. To answer your question, everything is about foundation. As an investor, as an entrepreneur, as someone that bootstrapped so many businesses and have recently funded some. Now, what Uche did, I'm going to do in order to understand the question and the answer, and for you to be able to relate. It's important for you to sequence what you mean by digitization. Because if you are going for funding in some places, you ought to have done that. That means that you have data. The data you have, they've been translated into digital form. Digitalization, you are using the data. Now we can now start talking about, digital economy, So you understand what I just said? To come in from the end or the angle, because you're talking about traditional business, right? Going into digital. I would like to use an example. I have someone here, she sells bed sheets. Just bed sheets. That's what you think. But yet, that bed sheet could become a global business in the sense that she can bring in research into that. What sort of material makes you sleep better? She's collating data. Our marketing data are also collated. She's not waiting for the customers to come to her for, reorder. She's reordering. When you see all these things have been done and you approach an investor, it makes the decision easier. I mean, Uche is here. I'm using that example because I've looked around the room, and like he just told us, it's not really a tech thing, it's an innovation thing. That is the important thing we need to think about. Let me even bring it down to Ogbomoso. This is an agricultural environment. One thing I would like to say, for you to get investment, for you to get funding, stop thinking agriculture. Think agricultural business. There's a difference between the two. Let me just explain that. When you think agriculture, you are going to go to your farm and you are going to produce, you are going to harvest. When you think agricultural business, you are going to think transformation. You are going to think value addition. You are going to look at the ecosystem. You are going to know that after you brought this cassava or the cashew nut out of ground, I'm going to add value to it. In adding value to it, I'm going to need logistics. If I'm going to need logistics, I'm going to need staff. If I'm going to need staff, I'm going to need research. If I'm going to need that, I'm going to need my bankers. So when you think that way, I'm telling you, when you approach an investor from that angle, the investor will not only see your business, the investor will see transformation, will see the total economy of where you're talking about. I think I've taken so much of your time.
Okay, I think this question is really generating. Yes, please. Okay, before Uche, let me have Yemisi. Then after Yemisi, Uche will help me round up.
That was a very brilliant answer. Thank you very much, Ma. Something else that I wanted to, because she's an investor, right?
Exactly.
And she's looking, and it's so good to hear things from her own perspective. When Professor John was speaking, I made a note to speak to him later to say, oh, this thing sounds very amazing. I've worked with startup founders who have amazing ideas that can change the world. But when they speak, you feel the passion because you're speaking, you're passionate. They're able to explain it. When it comes to the documentation that the investors need, they don't have it. This year alone, I've probably gone through 5,000 pitch decks. And sometimes I just want to cry because you're saying you're not getting funding. But why does your slide look like it was someone in primary 2 that designed it? So people have the tech parts of their idea. You're doing 3D. It's the future or it's the now and it is impactful. But you don't know how to communicate this your idea, both verbally and in written form. You can have the most life-changing idea, but if you meet Mommy Remy with a rubbish pitch deck, or you send your pitch deck to Mommy Remy, she may not even go past the first 2 slides. It is maybe until she meets you that you're not able to talk with her passion that she will understand that, oh, this idea is actually very viable. Something else to consider is your network. And it goes back to not building in isolation. Because there are people that we have given money to because of who introduced them. And there is a bad side of it, which is bias, right? Because a lot of women founders are not in the right network to help them get the support and funding that they need. And so even when they are building amazing businesses, they are not able to get investment. So you need to be intentional about being a part of networks and community. There is also your personal branding. You can be building the most amazing business. Some of you, after the first session, you followed me on Instagram and so. And when I click to view your profile, there is no bio. You know, there is nothing that makes me curious to want to know you more. I know a founder who raised money because of a YouTube interview that she did with a YouTuber. And that was investors' proof of seriousness or proof of the business because of the way she communicated her vision on that YouTube video. You cannot be building in isolation. Let people know you. Be intentional about building your brand on social media. Be intentional about being in media. And if you're building something that is for the future, you need to be able to communicate it with words that are relatable right now. So how can you communicate the necessity of 3D in a way that the common man will understand it? And it goes back to being able to communicate both verbally and in written form.
Thank you so much. Um, I wish I can ask for more time for this session because I think that this is the core of this conversation. There are two types of people here. One is, okay, I can say three types of people. I'm not so sure, so certain. But I want to say that there are three types of people sitting in the audience. One of them are those who would aspire to want to build a startup. Another are those who are already building one. And then the other would be those who I believe can actually become investors, right? And so I was going to talk, I hope you can give us, thank you. The thing is, funding does not care whether you're in Ogbomoso or whether you're in a Lorin or you're in Port Harcourt. It used to be, people used to be bothered about where the startup was located, but not anymore. It has evolved. The space has evolved. There were those in early 2010, 2011, 2012, investors who want to give you money if they were closer to you, because then they wanted to be sure that they can see you on a daily basis to supervise what you're doing, but not anymore. A few things have changed. What is important? What is now important is the work that you're doing, the results that you're providing. So here's the first thing I'll say when we talk about funding. How do you get funding? The question you asked was about traditional business. Listen, this space, I'm sorry, but you cannot get funding for most of the traditional businesses. They are better off going to apply to Smidan and the rest of them, and some of the banks that have, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. When we discuss funding here, we're discussing businesses that can scale. Please, what is scale? I think it's important that I explain the scale so that we understand. When we talk about scaling, what are we saying? We're simply saying, how can you serve 1 million or 1 billion people without necessarily increasing cost on your infrastructure or the channels through which you serve them? So you look at a Facebook, for instance. A Facebook can reach billions of people, but the infrastructure that is just necessarily does not need to increase commensurate to the people they are serving. That's what you're discussing. That's what you're talking about, scale. The other way to discuss scale is how can I take my products? Another way to look at it is how can I take my product into the hands of millions of people and make maybe $1 billion? Do you understand? So can your traditional business can we have a conversation on how your traditional business can become $1 billion business? How many of them are actually $1 billion businesses today? Right? So, yes, it is possible to um, build businesses in those so-called traditional spaces that are startups and can scale, right? But if it's not the tiger, the fact that it looks like a tiger at birth does not mean that it's going to become a tiger at maturity. True? Now, so it's important that we understand that the process is important. If you are starting a startup, it's innovation driven. And what that means is that you're trying to test some things. You're trying to understand, you're trying to bring something new to the market, and you're trying to test the best way to make it work. And that is why that's why they get money, really. Because once it works, it means that they can get to millions of people as quickly as possible. Investors are not looking for profit. They're not looking for you to say, oh, I've so in the, okay, what is your balance sheet this year end? How much profit did you make? Or come and pay me dividend. They're not looking for dividend. They are looking for exit. There are two different things. Exit and dividend are two different things. So we are looking for exit. So how can you get us exit? And what is exit? We're saying, how can you build something so valuable that somebody else can come maybe 6 months or 1 year or 2 years after I gave you $20,000 at a certain version and give you $500,000 at a bigger valuation, and I can exit from that business at that point. Because what the $20,000 I gave you then has now become $250,000. So they can give me $250,000 in quote so that I can exit. That's what the investors in this space are looking for, not dividend. So if you're looking, dividend is when you do the traditional businesses, then you can do dividend there. Okay? So it's important that you understand it. Now, if you're in Ogbomoso, you need to pay attention to the things that is required for you to raise money. You can raise millions of dollars here as a founder. One of the candidates, Oga, you're one of the candidates that can raise money. Is for you to understand the process. You're already raising grants, which is fine. But you need to build a product, you need to productize some of the things you've done and present them in a way that makes it possible for people to say, it is possible to invest in this business and get exit from it. The biotech industry, the health tech industry is a big industry. That VCs are looking to put money there, right? Even though it is one that does not, you cannot exit very fast because it takes a lot of time before it matures, right? But it's important. It's important that we know that you're one of the candidates that can raise money from here in Ogbomoso, right? So I think it's important that people begin to understand this process. If you want to raise money here in Ogbomoso, show your traction. Traction is important. What is traction? Traction means, what have you done? You need to show me what you've done. After you put in your own sweat, got the family and friends, then you need to come and show me what you've done. Proof of concept. So don't jump into the market and say, you know what, I have this idea. So boom, you start building. You need to first test it, validate the idea, test it, create an MVP, confirm that people are ready to pay money. And once you can confirm all of those, it's time to go to start pitching to investors and look for investors. And that brings me to the next point I want to, we just finished with TD in Port Harcourt, Tommy Davis. And one of the statements he made, it's something I always know, but he said it again and he reminded me, is, listen, money local. You can raise money from anywhere in the world today, but it is more important if you can first raise money from within first. It doesn't have to be so much, right? If your raise, there's some people seated there that can contribute $10,000 as call it pre-seed, as a pre-seed investment. So 10 people here can do $1,000. $1,000 today is about 800. Generous is 800,000 naira, right? There are lots of people here that can give you 800,000 naira today, and they will not cry, even if you lose it. Do you understand? If 10 of them does that, that's $10,000. $10,000 can go a long way today in helping a startup in Ogbomoso to validate an idea and provide some proof and traction that would get an investor anywhere in the world to become interested. So it's important that we have that conversation. How do you create a network in Ogbomoso that can fund, that can become the first buffer for startups in Ogbomoso? The school, I said this in the first panel, the school has a greater, the greater leverage to make this happen. You have an alumni. You have an alumni that you can leverage to make it happen. But they just need to understand it. So I think the next time you should be having something like a Lautech alumni business meetup where you discuss funding businesses from within the Ogbomoso and within the school. They need to understand that it's not charity. So it's not like come and donate money, you want to build classrooms. Now you want to support businesses that can create wealth and continue to propagate the wealth within the school. I think that's important.
Very, very important. Thank you very much. Okay, mommy.
I'm just going to, just give me 2 minutes because I was feeling the temperature of the room and looking at the people. So I am, good cop, bad cop kind of thing. So let me come in here. The first thing I'd like to say is I'll start from where he stopped. Incidentally, it was JD and I that went for that conference, and these were investors. And they told both of us, we actually were looking at each other, that they had a meeting, and they had that meeting after coming to Nigeria for the first time. That why are Nigerians not investing in Nigeria? And because Nigerians are not investing in Nigeria, they don't want to invest. So if Ogbomoso people are not investing in Ogbomoso, I'm telling you, Lagos people may find it difficult. Talk less of somebody that is in New York. So what he said now, I'm going to challenge you. If we are 1,000 people here, I'm sure we can bring in 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira. You have businesses. I know we're talking tech, but I'm also trying to bring it down. You understand? When you put in yours, then you find others putting in theirs. Now, to now go back to the traditional business, I know a company that raised $110 million. It's a company that is very close to me, Trade Depot. What are they doing? They are dealing with logistics. People that are selling supermarkets, selling groceries. What did they do? They put in a system whereby it tells you when you need to reorder. They've taken this. Why did they get that $110 million? Because they needed to go outside Nigeria. They needed to expand. If you go on Instagram now, there's something called Shop Top Up. That is one of their products. That is the offshoot of, Trade Depot. They went a step further. So now they are like a community bank. So when I was saying to you, the people that funded them initially saw the vision. They saw the mileage. They saw it from beginning to the end. So they first started with 1 million. Then they gave them 3 million. Then by the time they went for the third round, it was $110 million. So your business, your vision, they are just intertwined and very important. But you cannot do it without digitizing. You can't do it. So I'm not saying that you have to define yourself properly. If you are defining yourself as a startup, then don't go to Uche. Uche has no time for you. Uche wants you to scale. He wants 10x by the time he's exiting. You understand? Find somebody that fits into you. There are businesses here that are startups. There are businesses here that are enterprises. Define your business properly. So you go to the right funder. If you go to the wrong funder and you keep going to them, you can go to 1,000, they won't fund you. So,
Mommy, can we have one person from the congregation who can, we don't know, your investors are here. We have just, I think, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. If you don't raise up your hand now, you have a case study that that investors can talk about, I would like you to identify from the congregation. And okay, thank you very much. You can come forward. You have just 2 minutes. Today might be a $10,000 day. Who knows? 2 minutes. Please celebrate her as she steps forward.
Please clap for her. She's a lady. Clap.
All right, you can stay here.
I'm not sure if they give us more time, we will take the second person. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Popola Victoria. Okay. Please, can you come again? Recap.
Do you have a business we can use as a case study on what we are discussing here for funding?
Okay. I'll use the little business I'm running as an example, and a project that the business is about. Okay. I am into e-commerce, selling online, and I'm also into training. Like from Nigeria, and as time went on, from outside the country, and they pay me in dollars. Yeah. So far, while I was in 200 level, I had this, though I had support at
Okay,
one
you are
point in time.
preaching now, so we need
No.
you to do this in 1 minute.
All right, ma. So I had this mind that I want to empower people. Like I was able to see that I had a lot of skills. So I decided I was going to empower a lot of people. So when I got 400 level, I decided that, okay, the vision is I want to empower a minimum of 1,000 young entrepreneurs, like young people to become entrepreneurs. And for those that are entrepreneurs, probably to scale. And I had this mind of doing 1,000 minimum in different universities, both in Nigeria and, if possible, as time goes on, in West Africa. So, and I started gradually, just picking one or two. And so now, so what I'm not asking is, looking at this, because we've not started on the large scale yet, we're just picking one or two and they've been getting results. Now, number one, how can I mentor that can say, okay, this is how it's going to be like? That's one. Then two, at times I ask myself again, is this vision, can it really be achieved? At times you go back again and you think again that this thing is big. Hey.
Thank you.
So how do we manage it if we are in that kind of a situation?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, let me, I'll give to Madam Remy, right? But let me say this. You're running a social enterprise. Social enterprise, you still can pitch your social enterprise in a manner that people will be interested in supporting you. And I'm just going to summarize a pitch. So if, for the sake of every other person, whether it is a social enterprise or it is a for-profit business you're doing, and by the way, Budget is a social enterprise. Budget got money from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Who else invested in them? They've raised series of funds from different investors, including grants. Most social enterprise get grants, right? But here's the thing. When you're called to pitch your business, the first thing you want to do, the first thing an investor is looking to understand is, number one, they want to understand the problem, or you can interchange that with opportunity. So it's either you're pitching, you're showing the challenge and the opportunity. So what is the opportunity here? Opportunity to make money. Investors are interested in how to make money. Do you understand? So how do you show the opportunity? You show opportunity by either showing the market size. So here's one. So you can say, hey, you know what? There are 200 million, I'm using this as an example. There are 200 million people in Nigeria, but 180 million of them don't have access to electricity. Do you understand? That automatically gives an investor an idea of the size of problem you want to solve. Even if you're a social enterprise, the same thing applies. If you come and tell me that there are 200 million people in Nigeria and 180 million of them don't have access to water, drinkable water, I'm already interested in, wow, it's depending on where I'm leaning as an impact investor, for instance, I'm already looking at how much that impact will add to my story as an impact investor. That's the narrative. So I'm going to assist 180 million people to give them drinkable water. So every time you want to start a pitch, start with the big idea. What is that big opportunity you're trying to solve? The next thing you want to be able to share with me is what you have done. Okay, now you've talked about the opportunity. How are you delivering that opportunity? That's what your product is doing. So this is what we're doing. This is how we're delivering the opportunity. Okay? The next thing you want to talk to me about is what you have been able to achieve. So in the past 6 months, we have been able to do X, Y, Z. Okay? If you are a business, you want to tell me in terms of figure, like revenue, how much revenue have you made? If you've not made revenue, how many people are using your product? Assuming you're not shooting for revenue.
Which I think maybe this young lady will have to have a personal meeting with you behind the program.
No, but other people need
because
this
we have
here.
already adjusted our time. And I would still love Mommy Odyssey to wrap up on what she has said so that we can leave this place.
I don't really have much. I think he's said it all. I was expecting you to tell us, like he said, the problem, the solution, the traction so far, and your ask. Okay, and yes, with the team.
It's not fair that you came out because you're obviously not looking for fun. You're looking for mentorship, which is what she asked. And everything that Mommy Remy and Mr. Uche have mentioned. So if you're trying to get investments, you need to be able to answer all those questions. I'm not going to go over what they've said. And then when you're putting your pitch deck together, those are the things that an investor would want to see in your pitch deck. And then you need to start practicing your elevator pitch. If she had been practicing her elevator pitch, maybe she came up here, she would have said something about her business that would have captivated everybody. So irrespective of where you are right now in your business, start practicing your elevator pitch. So in addition to your elevator pitch, your pitch deck, you need to have your business plan. It could be just a summary of the problem you are trying to solve, your operational structure, and then your financial projection. When somebody wants to give you money, they want to see what is the future of this business in financial terms. So it's a good thing that she came up even if she was not raising money. But if you're looking to get money, whether it is grants or loan, I know people who have missed opportunity to get money because when it came to the last stage of the competition or the application, they asked them, okay, send us your business plan in the next 48 hours. And a business plan is something that you struggle to do in 48 hours. And they miss out on those opportunities because of a lack of documentation. So take yourself and your business seriously. Learn how to do your elevator pitch. Practice it every day. Have your pitch deck ready. Know your numbers. She said she does e-commerce. I didn't hear the name of the products, how many products she has sold, the revenue, how many people she has trained. Those are things that people want to hear to show that you've made good progress with your business and then they can support you some more.
Wow. Guys, sincerely, if you feel disappointed that she came out, she didn't get funds, then maybe you don't understand why you're here. She just got a net to fish in any river. All she needs now are email addresses or people can submit them to. Thank you very much for your time. We really enjoyed this session. Please, with a standing ovation, let's celebrate Mommy Odyssey, Uche, and Yemisi. Thank you so much.
A child in the distance, playing in the rain.
Thank you. I want the panelists to sit down so I can take time for Victoria. A round of applause for her too for coming out. It's not easy to come out. And thank you, Yamisi, for encouraging about pitch. Because remember, I talked about the pitch thing. We already have 6 people who are ready to do their pitch, and they're going to pitch to you right here. And we all here will be able to say, this is the person who has done well. Miss Mommy Remy, Mr. Uche, Victoria, the lady who came out, can I have permission for her to come and meet you, right? So she can get some whatever we cut off for her. Thank you. Okay, so we go straight to the next session. We have a video will be addressed by Mr. Matt Dunn, the founder for the Center on Rural Innovation. He will be talking on digital transformation of underserved communities. This is a session you don't want to miss because you are getting 2 for 1. While the session will be going on, we've gotten to the item 7 part of the meeting. Please clap for the sponsors and the partners. If you are standing and moving around, item 7 may not locate you, so you need to be seated and hear them out. So please, we can have Matt done now. One second, please. I believe that we're having the session come up. If you all remember the opportunity that we talked about earlier, we said we need people to come and meet me or Caleb, and we had people. Sorry for those who we had to cut off because initially nobody came out, and then they started coming out in droves. We got to the maximum limit of 6 people, so we're going to hear from 6 people. 1 minute elevator pitch. And everybody that comes out will get something. It's not easy. You know, we're a room of about 1,000 people, only 6 people came out. No, more than 6. For those that are coming out to say something, they will get them. But we need you, when they are talking, see yourself not as a student. See yourself not just as their friend. See yourself as CEO or the investor or the CEO of the company saying, yes, because of what you have said, we will go to Port Harcourt. We will not go to Owerri. We will not go to Abuja. We will come to Ogbomoso. And if you think that whoever does well is a leader or is the one who's done the best pitch, then that person will be the winner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Can everyone hear me?
Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me?
I'm going to let you try to address the audio issues, unless they're working okay now.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Ian,
Oh,
I can.
awesome. Okay, so just give us a minute. We're trying to just bounce the sound to the main hall. Okay,
Okay,
can you leave your mic on mute so that we know when sound is coming from your hand? Is that okay?
I'll put it on mute.
You don't look like a speaker. So, pretty much.
Okay. Madon's signal is coming all the way from the US. So we should be able
All right, can you hear us?
I can.
All right, we can hear you now. All right, can you say something? Let's just be sure.
Good morning. Good morning.
Hold on for this going first.
Okay. He's closer now. I think he's around Ghana. But don't worry, he's coming with flight straight to Ogbomoso. You know, when we talk about envisioning, Oyo State is quite a large state. It's one of the largest states, if not the largest in the southwest. And so, when you start to envision having 2 or 3 airports in Oyo State to allow people to move around, it's not too far away. It will happen soon. Okay. I think we will just take this moment to listen to the first 1 or 2 pitches from our people. Now, this is what I'm going to, if you remember what was said by the panelists, when you are pitching, people want to know that you have, in your conversation, your 1 minute speech.
All right, you can go ahead with your speech now. We are listening.
Business that is coming up.
Okay.
Or you have calculated business
Good afternoon.
You can go on, sir. We are listening.
Excuse me?
About. And then you pitching as selling Ogbomoso as the place that they come to. So when you listen, it's just like you're doing an interview. It's okay to laugh, but please let them finish their pitch. Okay, don't talk too much or make the person feel too uncomfortable.
Are you doing the pitches first, or am I doing presentation?
Oh, he has gotten to Ogbomoso.
All right. You can continue now.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and greetings from the United States. I am delighted to be joining you for this conference, which is near and dear to my heart. What I run the Center on Rural Innovation, which is an NGO based in the United States that is looking to do similar kinds of work. If I can get this to work, I'm going to try sharing my screen to be able to share a presentation with you. I see this works. I'm not sure it is.
Sorry, we didn't get that. Can you say that again, please?
I'm trying to share my screen.
Okay, great.
Can you see my screen?
Hello, sir. If I got it correctly, try to share your screen, yeah?
Yeah. Can you see the slides that I have on the screen?
Okay, kindly find the present icon on your screen and
Yep.
proceed to share your screen from there. We'll pick it up once it has been added to the stream.
I think I did.
Did you get that, sir?
I
You will
hit
see a
present
present icon on your screen.
and I hit share screen. I should be sharing it now.
Sorry, is Livestone good now?
Can you see the screen? Never mind. I'll do it without slides. That's fine. I'll do it without slides. It's all good. So my organization works with rural communities across the United States, which have also seen a lack of tech economy activity. And we are in the business of helping communities that haven't traditionally had technology economies to be able to build that kind of capacity in an effective and efficient way. And there are a few things that I just want to share that we do in order to make that happen and what makes a real difference. The first is that you create an ecosystem. The ability to create a tech economy is dependent on being able to connect a number of different nodes or groups together to be able to make that kind of economy a reality. And in the last discussion, you heard a few of those. Some of them are institutions of higher education that might have a technology or computer science program. Others are creating programs to help support entrepreneurs as they are bringing their ideas to market, to help them understand how to make a pitch, how to be able to create how to be able to present an opportunity for investment and how to make that compelling. The third piece is connecting to mentorship. One of the reasons folks in other parts of the world, as well as in rural America, aren't able to be successful in creating technology startups and the wealth that comes with that, is that they're not connected to other people who have done that before. And so it's critical to be able to create that mentor network to be able to make sure that those new entrepreneurs have the opportunity to do that work well. The way that we are structured or as an NGO organization that then works with other NGO organizations that are in rural communities all across the United States. We're now working with 33 communities in 24 states across 4 time zones. And so we've been able to create both the kind of infrastructure at the local level that allows for a tech economy to evolve, but we've also connected leaders from all of those individual NGOs so that they can share best practices and bring their ideas together. And that concept of a network has been absolutely critical to the success because one small rural innovation hub is going to have difficulty attracting investors and hiring partners to be able to make a tech economy thrive. And that's because there's just not enough deal flow. So a small innovation hub or accelerator program will frequently struggle to be able to have 8 or 10 quality companies that are being able to move forward. And it's just not enough for a big investor to be looking at. But if you bring them together, if you're able to aggregate across all of these different communities, you then get a couple hundred of those types of startups. And so that is an exciting moment for the investment community because they're getting to see companies that they wouldn't see otherwise. So this is this is how we built the Rural Innovation Network. Those leaders get together, and then we're able to provide value to them by connecting them to mentors in other parts of the country, in Silicon Valley, in New York City, and elsewhere. And we also stood up an investment fund, and that investment fund makes seed investment in early stage tech companies within the rural network, and many times then allies other investors come on board to be able to invest in companies and allow them to scale. The investment fund has been invested in by individuals as well as by some foundations that are willing to use their investment portfolio, not just their grant giving, to be able to participate in an investment round. And so we're being able to move forward with that work in a really exciting way. We're delighted to share the model that we have with all of you that are clearly on a similar path of trying to create economic opportunity and equity by using the technology advances that are really powering the economy globally. And so I'm delighted to be here and happy to let you get back to the rest of your program.
All right, thank you so much for speaking to us.
You bet.
don't know any other way. I don't do Yahoo. It's when I want to do Yahoo, clients will not come up. But this is photography. This is content.
Awesome.
This
Awesome.
is the new rule. Just remain steady. Everyone. I'm a graduate of Federal Polytechnic, Ado Ekiti. I was supposed to come to Lautech, but I just decided to go to Federal Poly because I want to learn photography. I'm an ND graduate. Yes, keep at it. All of you that are still in school, I know you are still in school. How do you want to make money while in school? You don't have a laptop. Most of you don't even have an Android phones. You have all these China phones, but what do you want to do? Some sell biscuits, recharge card. Some sell things in class. Some people even have shop rights in class because they want to make money to
Awesome.
feed
Awesome.
themselves.
A round of applause for him.
Just keep at
Oh
it.
my
Anything
God,
you
I'm
are
so
doing.
impressed. Thank you.
Anything. You can talk too much. You have a good accent. You can display your character. There are plenty of comedians out there. People on TikTok gets blown over 3 months. A little thing you do, yes, very delighted. A little thing you do is called content.
All right. Thank you very much.
Every time.
Thank you. Thank you
very
very much. I'm so impressed. I mean, he's combining two things. He's snapping people, and then he's also taking notes of notable things. A round of applause for him again. Awesome. Awesome. Ola, please, let the video come up. The next session now is Lightning Talk 3, and that's about the role of resilient innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystems in thriving digital economies. I repeat, the role of resilient innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystems in thriving digital economies. And this will be hosted by Anna Ekeledo, the Executive Director of Avery Labs. Thank you very much.
Partners, investors, corporate entities, ecosystem enablers, and government representatives here today. I stand on all existing protocols. It is with great pleasure to be part of the Ogbomoso Digital Economic Summit 2022 maiden edition, themed Unlocking the Digital Economy in Ogbomoso. Of 400 member hubs in 200 cities across 52 African countries, and a collective community of over a million entrepreneurs, innovators, startups, creatives, and developers, making us the biggest network of innovation enablers on the continent. Rafila's vision is to build a thriving innovation economy in Africa, powered by our community. Thus, we remain committed to empowering innovation support structures across the continent. Our Pan African drive is at the core of all we do. Now, our mission is to support innovation hubs and their communities to raise high potential entrepreneurs that will stimulate economic growth and social development in Africa. And we achieve this through capacity building, and I'm particularly excited to be part of this summit, which has positioned itself as a strategic platform for sharing expertise on the various strands of digital economy and its potential for Ogbomoso's economic transformation, particularly around the areas of digital literacy and inclusion, digital transformation, digital entrepreneurship, digital education, and digital infrastructure. Now, developing digital skills is critical both for job success and to participate fully in digital society. According to a report by the International Telecommunication Union, ITU, tens of millions of future jobs in the digital economy will require far more advanced digital skills. Now, although young people have been called digital natives, most of them still lack sufficient job relevant digital skills to fill vacancies. A follow-up report states that 40% of individuals in 40% of countries surveyed globally reported regularly carrying out an activity that requires basic digital skills. With an unemployment rate that goes as high as 30% in African countries and in Nigeria, it is clear that we need to skill our youth with advanced digital skills to access the jobs of the future. Entrepreneurship in emerging markets considerably differs from developed markets. Digital technologies offer unique entrepreneurial opportunities to overcome the major challenges faced in emerging markets. Digital entrepreneurship has the ability to solve challenges across various sectors such as health, education, energy, the financial sector, among others, and largely drive digital transformation, job creation, and economic growth. Yet, even with all these benefits, innovators and entrepreneurs on the continent still face several structural and operational challenges in building and scaling their ventures, including cumbersome regulations, insufficient digital talent, limited funding, and fragmented markets. Over the last decade, technology and innovation hubs such as Innovate Lab, our host today, have emerged across Africa as startup builders, tech community builders, and policy drivers. They also benefit their communities on a wider scale, even as they try to build financially sustainable institutions and support high potential entrepreneurs. Hubs play a very important role in driving digital scaling, digital entrepreneurship, and advocating for policy and practice that will drive digital transformation. And most importantly, hubs have done this by taking a multi stakeholder approach, by creating their spaces to be a nexus for entrepreneurs, corporates, investors, development organizations, academia, business service providers, and government to collaborate on building the digital ecosystem, with each of these stakeholders playing very critical roles that range from access to funding to access to new markets, skills, technologies, and R&D to create enabling policies. To creating enabling policies. Now, for us to reap the benefits of these efforts and collaborations, building an enabling environment is imperative to every ecosystem. Last month, for example, we as AfriLabs launched the AfriLabs Policy Pathways, a guide to fostering the collaboration between AfriLabs, innovation hubs, African leaders, policymakers, and other stakeholders in transforming the continent through entrepreneurship, innovation, and digital technologies. And I would like to share here today the four broad categories which we have highlighted as critical to growth. You'll find that these are just as important for the Ogbomoso and Oyo State digital economy to grow. One, promotion of digital skills for inclusion and employment. A massive push in broad digital skills education increases the user base and market for digital solutions in Africa. Building advanced digital skills increases the employability of young people on the continent in the global and digital jobs market. It is important that we prioritize, fund, and create policies for mass digital skillings of our youth in terms of advanced skills and for general public in terms of basic digital skills. Two, incentivization of startups and MSMEs. Constructing conditional frameworks to spur innovation and entrepreneurship. These include improving the ease of creating startups, support grants, procurement preferences, incentive funds for private investors, tax-free operations for early years, and incentives for research and development. Third, preservation of digital rights and access to digital infrastructure. It is important to develop policies aimed at bridging the digital divide, limiting the disruption to online services, and promoting the right to information. These also include the development of infrastructure for digital identity and a broader access to online and mobile services. And lastly, development of harmonized common frameworks. Now, promoting easy access to regional markets through legislation and policy harmonization. This includes, of course, the negotiation of the African Continental Free Trade Area and our participation in it. concerted actions on data governance, and consolidation of sector-specific regulations, including adopting regulatory sandboxes to support international market access. Now, these four broad areas are further broken down into 10 policy pathways, and I'll be happy to engage with stakeholders post this summit on these. I encourage more collaborative efforts aimed at accelerating the growth of ideas, of innovators, supporting entrepreneurs, and partnerships to build a knowledge based digital economy and an innovation driven society in Ogbomoso. It is my utmost desire that this summit will be a great opportunity to position the city of Ogbomoso as a key player in digital economy and see great dialogues come out of it, as well as a multi-stakeholder partnerships framework in actualizing the Digital Ogbomoso think tank, Ogbomoso Enterprise Fund, and the Ogbomoso Workforce Revolution. Your very presence here is a testament to the fact that it is possible, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be part of this great movement. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ogbomoso. Right. All protocols duly observed. My name is Stephen Enyayewu, and here with me is my colleague.
My name is Zakari.
It's such an honor to be here. We are spoken word poets, writers, and we have written a poem that is reflective on the history and background of Ogbomoso as a place. And we have written this poem titled Evolution to celebrate our resilience as a people. We do hope that you like it. The story goes, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth.
Formed supernovas out of his very breath and distilled them into jars of flesh and bone. He called them human, called them fireflies,
Call them wonders who bloom when the world falls asleep. Miracles who fall to the earth to birth the springing of generations. Ever solid like a handcrafted wall, he sent them forth like whispering arrows to unite and conquer and tend and subdue. And here we are. We come from a bloodline of brave hearts.
A people who carry laughter bare on their chests.
Who wear resilience like Ladoke's Ofi.
Who mine joy from the blackness of their skin.
We are the first fruits of the African soil.
Bold like the tribal marks we wear on succulent cheeks.
Daring like the first sound of a thunderstorm. We are powerful. We are a people whose hands are never too oily to till the earth. We are firestorms in this marketplace. We are firestorms in the marketplace, setting the old ablaze and brewing a new economy. And God might have created this earth, but we built it.
We turned soil into brick and distilled thunder into light bulbs. We formed skyscrapers from clay and exchanged poverty for cowries.
And maybe we didn't have enough language to reach the heights of the heavens, but we sure did find enough
to reach the depths of the earth. We drilled deep into the ocean and found light, found fire, found energy running crude and liquid beneath the earth's core.
We found life, found this city. We powered an entire planet with sheer brilliance. We set up laws and governments, and justice and injustice. We established businesses and startups, created policies and gave life to initiatives. We built this, built every inch of this flawed, shaky palace of cards.
We built this good.
We built this ugly, and I don't doubt that we can build some more good.
some more miracles.
some more unfettered jungles of joy.
Because this is how we become all the shine we've learned to borrow from the sun. This is how we box our way through to an economy that gives no respect to an exchange rate.
This is how we become too brilliant to be old, too fiery to be stopped. This is how we create a dynasty of planet shapers with sharpened skills and tools. This is how we make art, make money, make history.
This is how we grow hands.
Bold enough to touch lives, one person at a time. Thank you.
A round of applause for them again. Wow. Wow. I must say I was blown away. Mercy, do you think we can do our own? You'll be doing what she was doing, because that thing she was doing is very difficult. And I was hearing, I was looking for the CD that was playing. Where's all that voice coming from? Well done, guys. Well done. I hope the food is going well. If you have not gotten food, can I see your hand? Everybody has gotten food. If you have not gotten food and you're at the back there, look for them. Or the food is not coming to meet you again. You have to go and meet the food. All right. We're going to the next session where we are going to have our pictures. Pictures, if you are here, if chicken is still in your mouth, please delete it, because this is the moment where you're going to shine. I'll call you out. You quickly come and sit down. We are doing our own session now so that we can wrap this up and move quickly. We have a panel session coming up right after this. You hear your name, come out. I will introduce you. You have 1 minute with the mic to do your 1 minute elevator pitch, where everybody seated represents the board of directors of the company you want to attract to Ogbomoso. First coming up, Mr. Adekunle Ayomide. Round of applause. People, quick, come out, please. Following after him, Mr. David Amago. Round of applause, please clap for them. The faster you clap, the faster they come out. After him, we have Mr. Olawi Matthew. And then we have Miss Margaret Abegunri. Round of applause for her too. I can't see David Amago. Quickly, please. Let me know how many people are here before I know if I'm calling anybody else. Sit down, sir. All right. Okay, so Olawi Matthew Abi. All right. David Amago not here. Ayomide Olatoyinbo. Quick. And Hannah Adeboyiga. All right. I'm going to be timing. I hope you practiced 1 minute. Not 1 minute, 15 seconds. Not 1 minute, 30 seconds. Is Anna here? Okay, she's one coming. Okay, good. All right. So I give you the mic. I'll introduce you. Don't introduce yourself. Don't even say good afternoon. The afternoon is very good. Just go into your pitch. If you want to start your pitch with calling your name, it's all right. It's okay. But your 1 minute to start counting. Okay. All right. So we start with... Huh? Hold on. That's Mr. Adekunle Ayomide. His pitch is to a company called Dupine Properties. What he wants them to do is to consider coming to build a mini estate just close to Lautech, because he believes that this will benefit students. They will stay in close proximity to school and so on and so forth. Adekunle, your time starts now.
According to statistics, It was stated that over 40,000 students lives in Lautech. And Lautech is a non-residential university. In other words, there are no accommodation produced by the university for the students. So I believe that these over 40,000 students are potential customers to Dupine Real Housing Estates in Lagos. I believe if Dupine Real Estates should come down to Ogbomoso in Lautech, they will be able to make more profit because there are already potential customers for them. Over 40,000 students. These are ready and available customers for them. I believe if they should come and build a mini estate here in Lautech, then their company would make more profits and above all, compete among all other international housing estates. Thank you very much.
The man is a businessman. Hold on, wait. The reason why I said that is we gave him 1 minute. He used 48 seconds. He gave us 12 seconds as profit. All right, our next speaker is Mr. Olabuyi Matthew. He's pitching to a company called Cameron. They are into biomedical services. Mr. Olabuyi, your time starts now.
From me, I saw that your company wants to plant a branch in Lagos. But do you know that you can actually plant this branch here in Ogbomoso? Why? You will get raw material that are more potent than those ones you will get in Ogbomoso. And also, Ogbomoso, at one of the biggest cities in Nigeria, you will have easy access to people through marketing of your product, and you will even have less competitor compared to that of Lagos. And also, when you have access to Ogbomoso, getting people attention, you gain access to your state, a well-known state in Nigeria, and also with Ibadan, the second biggest city in Africa. You see now, you have more opportunity and you will gain more thing than what you gain here in Lagos, and you will also have more revenue. You will save yourself a saving spending of marketing and advertising than in Lagos.
A round of applause for Olabuyi too. He also used just 55 seconds and gave us 5 seconds as profit. Okay. Margaret? Margaret is talking to a cinema house company. About the cinema business in Ogbomoso.
I will start with, so when he got there, he was, let me start a shoe business. Most people are not wearing shoes. He was like, I'm not going to make any sales. Then someone else went there, I was like, this is a big opportunity. If I bring shoes there, people are going to buy it. Let me get it. A place that lies a lot of issues or problems, that is where you get the biggest opportunities to make business. If we start our cinema company here in Ogbomoso, we are going to make much profit because we have a lot of students around this place. And number two is that you are going to fulfill your main mandate as a cinema company because you create your company to inspire people, entertain, influence people positively. And being the first company to have a cinema company in Ogbomoso is going to make you have a bigger brand and a bigger stand here. Thank you.
Clap for her, clap for her. Nice. I'm actually impressed that we're not using at times. Good. Okay. Next we have Ayomide Olatoyibo, who is pitching to the company called Nestle.
Marketing and research, because we have a university where students that are looking for better jobs to do are available. In terms of funding, we have persons and philanthropies that can help us to raise this funding, and it will be a great pleasure if our request is granted. Thanks.
Oh my God. So I'm supposed to be standing like Frank Edo and say, that's very nice, but you're making me laugh. Why? Because you used 44 seconds too. Round of applause. Nice, nice. For everybody, for everybody, for everybody. I was expecting people to be talking after 1 minute. Please, 1 minute more, 1 minute more. Let me eject in more. You guys are finishing on time. Good, okay. So our final pitcher is Anna Adeboyiga. She wants to pitch to the company called Omu Resort Center to come and set up their tourist service here. Anna, your time starts now.
I speak for many SAT students that want to go to relaxation centers and places to unwind after a long semester, after a lectures that take too long, and they have nowhere to go to, maybe due to different things. Now, when I say almost center now, I'm talking about amusement park. If you notice in Ogbomoso, we have little to no place where people can unwind, where people can have fun and do a lot of things. Now, I'm talking to almost center to come bring their work here. We have 30,000 capacity students that are ready to pay for their services, businesses that are going to partner with them, hotels, agriculture, everything are going to partner with them to make sure that this amusement park work well and students have fun and we don't rush home after every semester. Thank you.
All right. She also used 50 seconds and gave us 10 seconds profit. Well done, everybody. Now, this is the part that we need to be impartial. Very good job. Please, I need to shake you like that. Very good idea. Very good idea. Very good idea. Very good idea, sir. Very good idea. We need to assess and agree as one house who we are going to accord the winning position to. All right? So as you can see, here, there is no cheating. It is pure fairness. I will stand behind the person. And what I want to hear from you is this. If you think his performance was a score of 5 out of 5, that means excellent. I need to hear you shout that number. If I hear you say 4/4, then that means that you did very well, not excellent. If I hear you say 3, that means he did okay. If I hear you say 2, he tried, and 1, not good. Now, this is the thing. You are all going to have different opinions. So it's the number that I hear loudest that is awarded. Please don't do buruburu. Just when I say, I think the words I will use will be, I've not used any number. I've just say, and his score is, so remember I said, 1 means below average, 2 is just okay, 3 is all right, 4, very good, 5, excellent. So it's 1 to 5. Whatever number you give him is what we go with. And so and our immediate score is it's okay. And we want to do elections next year. Is this how you're going to do it? I don't know whether I heard 4 or 5. I shall know I heard something. Okay. Please. So the score for him is 4. And Olawuyi's score is okay. Are you saying 2 or 3? 2. Okay. So 4-2. All right. Wait now. Okay. And Margaret's score is... Wait. Don't disqualify her. None of the numbers you have called will count because that's not what we agreed. We agreed I will say and her score is, and then you call your figure. Let's make it fair. So we'll do one more time. And Margaret's score is... Okay. I had 3. All right, okay. So it's 4, 2, 3, all right? We have a lot of things to do today. Please, let's quickly round this session up, okay? Hold on. And Ayomide's score is... Okay, I've heard. 5. I've heard. And Anna's score is... It's okay. Sounds like you said 4. All right. So this is what's going to happen. Let me tell you what they get. Like I said, this is not really about just the price. It's about the pitch. I'm going to give 2 of them opportunity to say something. So please let's hear them out. But for all 5 that are out here, they all get a slot each for a 2-week training from Cognizy on getting skilled in the 21st century most sought after skills. That's from Innovate Lab. Okay, and then they all also get 1 slot each for digital marketing skills. This is from Equilibrium. And then for the winner, this one is from me. I'm going to transfer airtime to you for data. So you see me after this. Before you leave, I'd like to hear from one lady and from one guy. Why do you think, you can either answer, the question is 2 ways. You can tell us why you think he did well, or what you think you could have done better. You understand the question? Simple question. Ayomide got 5, loud ovation. Why? Why do you think you got 5? Or what do you think you could have done better?
Okay. Number 1, he talked about the states like Oyo, Ogbomoso, and everybody was so happy about that. Yes. And what I could have done better is that I was a little bit tense.
You're a bit tense.
Yes, and I'm unable to collate important information about the states I'm bringing something to. I'm just telling them the benefits instead of telling about the states I'm bringing something to.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay, I can see courage in him.
Courage?
Yes, because he's very audible.
All right.
Yes, I think confidence, same with him. So if I will support anyone, at least the first thing I must see is confidence, and he displayed it.
You were also confident. What do you think you could have done better?
Probably more of statistics.
More statistics. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Make sure you see me so I can put your name, send your name to those that are giving you the gifts. Thank you all for participating. Bye-bye. Now, we have some companies that want to pitch to us, just 1 minute each before we go to our next session, which is a panel session. The first company, are you ready? Mercy. Okay.
Hello, everybody. Come on, make some noise. Give me the vibe again. Make some noise. All right. This afternoon, I'm here to represent Royal Breed. And we have a technical school. We train teenagers from GSS 1 to SS3. This is what we have. Move forward, everyone. Make it snapper, please. This is an inverter. We have different departments. What we do is we combine basic education with vocation. Right, so in our school, right from GSS 1, we discover the talent in individuals, and what we do is to improve on the skill. This is an inverter, and this was made from waste materials, from tires, from cartons. This is actually a tire, you can see that. So don't waste your bottles. Tell someone, don't waste your bottles. Don't waste your carton. And I have my senior boy here. Where is Adekunle? Adekunle is my senior boy. He's so innovative. Can you please clap for him? I've been looking for a sponsor for this guy. He's so creative. Please bring those stuffs there. We have a few minutes, please. Sorry, a few seconds rather. So he made this. Where's the jitter? He made this out of carton. He made this out of carton. He made this as well. I'm looking for a sponsor. If I can get a sponsor for him, then I'll be happy. He imagines a lot, and what he does is to bring about whatever he thinks about with carton. Clap for him once more. This young boy here can dance and is into catering presently. He made this himself with the assistance of the facilitator. So we have PS and the likes. In fact, we have a little bit of wiring inside of this. So you can check our stand for more information. Thank you. God bless you.
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Abayomi Perez, and I'm here to speak about Kiola. It's such a wonderful thing to have everyone around today. So Kiola is actually one of Innovate Lab's core execution arm, right? So you all know about Innovate Lab. Innovate Lab is the one organizing ODEs, but Kiola is one of Innovate Lab's core execution arm. And, many times we meet business people and they tell you that I want to do this, this, and this. I want to scale. I want to make profit. I want to make impact. And you ask them that, what have you done? And they say, well, done this and this and that. And it almost seems like they've not made a headway, right? And that's where Kiola comes into the picture. The core of Kiola's value proposition is business consulting, right? Where we basically help businesses crack the tough nuts that have been able to crack that they have been unable to crack before now. As an agency, we use branding, digital marketing, and software development to help businesses scale, become profitable, and also drive impact. We've been doing this for the past 5 years, and we've done this with clients, big and small clients within Nigeria, in Europe, and North and South of America. So I presume if you're here,
hello everyone, please, we are not through yet. We are not through yet. Some of our guests are still coming, so feel relaxed. We are not through yet. Thank you very much.
It's funny to see myself on the screen. Hello, world. Okay, so if you're here and you're looking or you're watching online, and you have a business, you have a brand, and you have a tough nut that you want to crack, you're looking to build something bold, something audacious, you're looking to scale, you're looking to drive impact and become profitable on your next project, then Kiola is your shop plug. I don't even laugh at the organizers, so just get it across to the organizers and you would have gotten across to Kiola. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the event.
Good afternoon. Yeah. Um, iṣẹ́ àgbẹ̀ níṣẹ́ ilẹ̀ wa. Someone help me sing it now. Any close? Ìwé o láìsí àti ṣó pé ṣó pé ṣó pé ṣó pé. Can you jam your hands together for yourself, everybody? Oh, thank you very much. So this is Lushly Agric. I represent the Lushly Agric brand here. We are an agri-tech company that is passionate about using technology to elevate the standard of agriculture in Nigeria. As a result of our work, we envision healthy foods on people's tables, farmers with better living standards, and Nigeria reclaiming our place in the global food chain. So you can see one of the products of one of our produce here. This is tomato. Can you see? This is not apple. This is tomato. Thank you for appreciating us. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So this is, what is this? You said what? This is bell pepper. This is bell pepper, Capricorn SPP. All right. So this is what? Yellow pepper, right? Still the same category, still the same family, right? So you can see how agriculture is being, is being supported, is being improved, is being prominent in Nigeria. And all these produce, they are from the soils of Ogbomoso. Can you please clap? Lushly Agric is dominant here in Ogbomoso. So you can get some of our produce. We have our spot right there at the exhibition spot, right downstairs. You get more information about us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for your patience this morning. Please feel relaxed. Calm down. We have some of our guests on the way.
Thinking to myself, what do I do myself? And I started to actually get hands-on experience and all of that. So, and I found Easy was school and I enrolled without giving it a second thought. I talked to a friend and I enrolled, and sincerely, it's been an amazing time. I actually look forward to, building an awesome career.
Tech. There's been a lot of discussion around tech and all that. So if you want to enroll, just go to growthschool.equilibriumzone.org or you meet me personally. But one thing we're going to do
we give some sort of partial scholarship to people that attend this summit. So if you go to that link and then you fill the form and say that, oh, I attended the Ogbomoso Digital Summit, we'll consider you for a partial scholarship, and then probably you could get a full scholarship. We'll probably try to give one person a full scholarship to the school. We've had graduates that have, worked at Jobberman, worked at the big companies that you see around. Thank you. We've come to a session where I think it would be good for us to take a 5-minute break. This is a session where you can now visit some of the stands that you've seen. It's 5 minutes because our guests are almost back. We have 2 more panel sessions, and then we also have another special package giveaway session. So we have all that to look forward to. 2 panel sessions. You don't want to miss it. Time now is 4:05. By 4:10, 4:15, let's all be seated again. Thank you. Thank you for waiting this far, and thank you for being with us to the end. So we are coming back by 4:10 for the remaining part. Thank you.
The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green, can't you see? I can see all the harvest is ready, 'cause he told me so. It's green and it's all mine.
It's not a session you want to miss. For those ones that are seated that didn't go, those are the wise five virgins. And I said that they won't let anything allow them miss their blessing. Okay, just before I call her up, I want to quickly read a profile. I guess within that time, we'll have a few people join us. Okay, when I read our profile, then I will tell you the one that I know. You join me together, and then we'll have a talk. Mrs. Remi Odosu is a seasoned management executive with over 3 decades of relevant experience in the banking, insurance, automobile, real estate, and FMCG industry divisions. She's a versatile and visionary mind, notable for her intuitive anticipation of market trends with standardized processes to harness resultant opportunities. While being the founder and CEO of Eridan Group, she serves in non-executive management capacities in several companies, including Mascot Insurance Brokers Limited, Executive Coach Builders USA, and the Lighthouse Group. Ms. Remi Odosi owns several businesses and initiatives across fairs. Most of these focus on giving back to humanity in every way. Please a round of applause for her. I've not called you up yet, Ma. Okay, so my very first time of sitting down to listen to Mrs. Odosi speak was in Ibadan. And she just had a church session like this too. If you have people outside, please tell them to come in. I'm just saying this so that we can all quickly gather and make the best use of this time. We had several people speak, motivating us, encouraging us, talking to us. And she got up to talk. And in 10, 15 minutes, she went from talking about studying artificial intelligence as an additional course, which she did from MIT. So when she said that, my mind went to, okay, she's in the tech world. Then she went into, she owns a fish depot, raw fish, where they stack fish in warehouses and sell. So I was trying to, artificial intelligence, fish. Artificial intelligence, fish. How do they connect? While I was still trying to put that together, she also talked about how she was the first to bring in the first set of Japanese Chinese vehicles, a brand, into Nigeria. At that point, I just gave up. I was like, okay, let's listen to her. So in the same vein, I want to say this. You have food in front of you. You don't have food in front of you. You have friends outside. Please quickly tell them to come in. Let's listen to Mrs. Odosi talk about the power of visionary leadership in community transformation. Please, a round of applause for her as she comes up to take a session. You can do better. You can do better. This is a session you don't want to miss anything.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. I'm going to try. So I have 10 minutes. and I need to try for my own good because I need to be out of here. So I don't have a private jet. So I need to go on time. I'll have my slides. But before doing that, when the guest speaker, the keynote speaker spoke today, he actually did like 50% of what I planned to do. When he said, "Oh, I'm throwing away my presentation," I decided when I came to the hall that I would just zero in on the individual. I said, well, I got that memo like 2 days ago. So my presentation is actually in that direction. But I'm sure we all remember some of the things that he said this morning. Can I have the presentation so I can? So, transformation. There's a slide later on. I'm going to take it now because I'm actually pressed for time. There's a slide later on that, in my mind, talks about what transformation is. Because what you begin to see outwardly is a result of what had gone in inside and the things that you've done over time. So basically, I mean, if you want to go for how do you say it now? If you want to define it, there are many ways of defining it. But for me, it's important that you need to harness your potentials. I said to myself, if you're going to talk about transformation, you have to start from self. You can say, "Oh, we're going to transform Ogbomoso. We're going to transform, this town," because we're not from the same place. We are all from different places, right? You are not all from Ogbomoso, so you have your own place in mind. So you can say, "I'm going to start from there," but you need to actually start from yours. And I'm happy that that speaker did a good job of that. Please go on. So I think one of the speakers also spoke about Singapore. So that, as you can see, 1980 Singapore, 2020 Singapore. Singapore is actually a first world. Singapore is actually a country where the likes of New Zealand, Australia, dream to come to. Talk about visionary leadership. I think for me, always a difference between a leader that is leading with vision and one that is just leading. So I'm going to try and explain this to you. Because my slide, please feel leader. You know and see that. So those living birth about transform. What I'm going to is you have is a concept of vision. The breed catch. I mean, wants to reproduce. You see them sit on the egg. That's what it means. Sitting on that egg is the process of incubation. So some of you are incubating, but you incubate rightly. You have to incubate with the total mindset and shift on the things that we're talking about. I've explained digitization, and I've explained digital transformation of economy. had to be operated on. And I asked several questions. Number one, they couldn't give me any answer. Number two, for them to get the records. Number three, for them to now get, because she's been there before, for them to get her records. I now had to go to the record center or the record room. The number of files that I saw there. So please, we're saying, what are we doing? Why is why don't we have the community here, or even an individual say that I am going to take it upon myself to digitize the medical records in Nigeria? Do you know what will happen? Do you know the kind of information you get from that? Do you know the kind of data you get from that? Oh, wait, you know what? The information you are getting, if I tell you the amount of money that you can make from it, you'll be wowed. Because now, the United Nations will come to you. The medical institutes in different countries will come to you. Why? Because we want that data. But right now, that gold and diamond is sitting gathering dust in one place. So as a community visionaire, you have to see, if I have to do that in a community, if I have to be in Ogbomoso, for instance, I'll be looking at doing something like that. It's not just about yourself. You should be able to see a bigger picture such that everything that you're doing is not just about your business. It's about the community. It's about, community to state, from state to this country, and even Africa. So, this place is the place where my tech love was sealed. I had my MBA in a tech, it's now the largest technopole, they call it, in Europe. It's the Silicon Valley of Europe. It's somewhere in south of France. It's called Sophia Antipolis. And when I went there for my MBA, I said to myself, I'm coming back to Nigeria and I'm going to start an incubator. It was a vision. But tell you what, I came back to Nigeria after my MBA in 2006. I didn't have an incubator okay, so my flights, yes. I didn't have an incubator until, well, we have a venture lab in Lagos now. We started about 3 years ago. So you can do the math. I carried that vision from this place. But I just want to tell you about this place because of Ogbomoso. Now, Sophia Antipolis is like a park, a technology park that is surrounded by different small cities. You have Nice, you have Antibes, you have Didier, you have S, and then there's one other city. So it's like a place like Ogbomoso. You come together and you build a technology lab or park that will house businesses from all over the world. Go to the next slide. So I'm rounding up. I have to go. Now, AR Lab joined in 1974. Mainz Paritech. Air France moved into that place in 1977. IBM in 1982. Toyota, they're still there today, 2000. Cisco, 2001. It stopped in 2018, but I know one or two companies that are on this list. My point is this. You have enough vision for a place. People will come all over the world to look for you, and not just to look for you. They will come to settle there. If you ever go to the south of France, I'm inviting you to visit this place. So you understand what we're talking about here. You know what we're doing with Innovate Lab? It looks as if, you can't really put it together. This is what Innovate Lab is doing. This is the potential that you have to turn Ogbomoso into. You have land. I've been to places in Ogbomoso, going on the streets of Ogbomoso. You have places that you can mark for, a global location like this that will birth many businesses. Next slide. I think I'm rounding up now. So what's next? I saw this today when they sent this. So I'm just saying this to the rest of the world. Don't forget, we're not just here. We've talked about that each and every one of you can be a part of this Ogbomoso Fund. Whatever you have, 10,000 naira, 100,000 naira, 1 million naira, if you don't invest in Ogbomoso, it's going to be difficult for outsiders to invest in you. Okay? So please, look at this, the workforce revolution. I didn't go through the things that they are doing in Sofia Antipolis. Please, can you go back to that slide? I want to make a point before I leave. That small park, now, look at what is there. Go forward. Right now, back, no, back, yes. This small place is employing 40,000 people. They have 2,500 companies there. They are generating 5.6 billion euros. As at last year, that was the 5.6. So if you try to calculate per head what they are generating, it gives you an idea of the kind of thing that you have the right vision, you push it, you work at it, you breathe on it, you develop yourself, you carry it as JD is carrying this vision, and we are complementing him. This can be Ogbomoso in 10 years. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, my co-presenters, and I hope to see you next year. Bigger and better.
Another round of applause for Mrs. Odosi. Thank you so much, Ma. You know, I follow Mommy on Facebook, and I always learn a lot from your writings. And you agree with me that we can refer to her as a mindset coach and more. Am I right? Because there is no way you will listen to her and then you won't have a paradigm shift. Thank you so much, Ma. The next thing now is panel session 3. And the topic is understanding the role of data, broadband internet, legal frameworks, and other digital infrastructure in thriving digital economies. In this particular session, we have Mr. Ni Abiri. Round of applause for him. We have Dr. Adeyemi Aderito. Round of applause for him. And we have Mr. Dauda Oyeleye. Another round of applause for him. And for this session, Dr. Awokola will be moderating this session. Dr. Awokola is a senior lecturer. Hold on. Dr. Awokola is a senior lecturer and head of the Department of Computer Science at Precious Cornerstone University, Ibadan, alumnus of the Lagos Business School Venture in Management program, and is currently passionate about how Africa can significantly improve the percentage of digital literacy across its populace. Let's welcome Dr. Awokola.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's so good to be here. All right, so we're going to dive straight into it. All right, so we're going to dive straight into it. The role of data. Now, there is this popular saying that data is the new oil. We live in a data-driven economy. And so I'm going to start from Dr. Aderito. Okay, from your background as a practitioner in IT, in your own words, not from textbook definition, what is data? And what is the significance of data? Especially when it comes to trying to build a digital economic ecosystem around us. So from that angle, please, you have just 3-4 minutes. Tell us what is data?
All right. I think this same question was asked in a classroom at the time, and I was surprised that as simple as the word could be, the definition is not clear to so many people. Maybe because the way communication company had presented it. When we say data primarily is just that information that we transmit, to and fro from our computers. Even though we misunderstood it to be the carrier itself, which is the connectivity itself, but the information that travels, through that connectivity is what we call data. Now, so many people get confused that why does MTN now say it's buying 50, if you want to send something, like you're buying 50 MB data, why are they not saying you're buying 50 MB internet? So the only explanation I could give then was that you are buying 50 MB data or 50 gig data now just means that you're buying capability to be able to transmit or receive data, but 50 gig or 50 MB over our network. That is it.
Wow, that is
Yeah.
brilliant. That is brilliant because there's a confusion. There is the data, then there is the thing that helps you to be able to either send it out or receive it. So the words are used interchangeably and it can be confusing to many people.
Yeah.
Okay, so in layman terms now, what is data? The one that people know about.
Ability to
No,
to be. Huh? What?
And what is data?
What is data?
Yes.
Itself. In terms of what?
In terms of the now, data.
Okay, the now. Okay.
I think it's just the basic unit of information. Am I right?
That's the right word to use.
Okay.
But when you're talking about in layman language,
Okay.
can we call that layman language?
Yes, we can.
We can. Okay, if we can call layman
Oh,
language.
okay. You want me to be a bit more technical?
No,
Okay.
no.
All right. Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for Dr. Director. Mr. Abiri, over to you. So, from your background, you have been working with data. There is an emerging field, what we call data analytics. And it's all over the place. Tell us what data analytics is and what are the opportunities that exist in data analytics, because many people now are studying different courses, but they don't know that there is a lot of possibilities, opportunities in gathering data, arranging data, making data available. I'd like us to use your story, the success story of the things you have done, to explain to us what data analytics is and what are the inherent opportunities and potentials that is yet to be tapped in data analytics. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, sir. So, basically, when you say data analytics is a way to sort of get an insight into issues, right? So, data itself is more or less like what you can describe as a representation of something that sort of accounts for a component, right? So, for example, you have geospatial data. So geospatial data now is, let's say there's an area view of this building now, and you want to account for everybody in this particular building. So basically, they collect coordinates of everyone as you're seated, right? So what they've collected on you is a data that accounts for you in that building. So that's basically what you call some sort of data that accounts for your location. You get so that brings in something they call location intelligence. So when you're saying data analytics, so data analytics is basically about visualizing data. So for example, let's say you have bunch of, like Madam Modusi talked about on digitized data in the hospital system, right? So imagine an instance where they're able to digitize data in an hospital system. They're able to digitize data that dates back to, say, 1960 in a general hospital, for example. So what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to profile every patient from 1960. So imagine an instance where they still have patients that uses that hospital for, say, 2, 3 decades. So basically what you're saying is you will be able to trace the doctor's recommendations, doctor's insights, everything that has to do with that person's health for about 30 years. That's the meaning. So basically data helps you to be able to profile the health condition of that person perfectly. So let's say in the market area, for example, now, say you work for a bank, for example, like my friend that works for Zenith. So imagine an instance where you want to give loans to farmers as a banker. You get. So the thing now is the smart thing to do is to sort of take a critical look at that particular farmer. Take a critical look at the farmer, the farmland, location of the farmland, several attributes around the farmland that comes in form of data, the weather, the capability of the farmland to produce the particular crops. So at the end of the day, when you sum all these things up, it helps the bankers to be able to understand and make decision if that person is worth the loan or not. So
If the person is credit worthy.
yeah.
If the person is credit worthy.
If the person is
based on
creditworthy,
analyzing
based on the
some
analytics of that particular data you get. So at the end of the day now, data brings in a lot of intelligence. It brings in a lot of accountability. So that's the idea. So when it comes to analytics, you can adapt data analytics to practically everything. In fact, it's the hottest field now. If you're an excellent data analytics, you can become employable anywhere in the world. It's the hottest field in the world. So it's adaptable to public health, it's adaptable to market research, it's adaptable to sciences, it's adaptable to everything. Diagnostics. Yeah.
awesome.
Thanks.
So data is everywhere right now.
Everywhere.
All right.
Everything is data. It accounts for every item, it accounts for every person, it accounts for every action.
Every activity.
Yeah.
In fact, somebody once said that when you analyze data, it gives you information.
Yeah.
But when you organize information, it gives you intelligence.
Exactly. So, but you know, at the okay, let me give you an example. So, I'm working on a project for farmers actually. So, from research, there's about 91% funding gap in Nigeria's agriculture, and despite the fact that you have that funding gap in Nigerian agriculture, there's more than 3,000% income or funding companies keep filling, people are still pouring money into agriculture. So that means that 91% gap sort of tells you that only 9% of Nigerian farmers get bulk of the funding. So what the rest are missing, what the 91% are missing, is the fact that no system accounts for their productivity, right? So at the end of the day now, what data does is, imagine an instance where what the project is designed to do is account for every farmer within the 91% gap, account for their productivity, account for their accidents in terms of how they sort of manage funding, and present that to investors. So at the end of the day now, data will never lie to you. So at the end of the day, if that works, you could see more farmers getting access to funding and more farmers becoming
All
wealthy.
because data was made available.
Exactly.
It was analyzed properly.
Exactly.
It was visualized properly.
Exactly.
And it impacted decision making.
Exactly.
All right, thank you so much. Round
All
of
right.
applause for Mr. Berry for that. Over to you, Mr. Dauda. From your background, I can from your background, you have worked in the infrastructure space, especially when it comes to bandwidth, internet provision, and all that. Okay, so I'd like you to tell us what has been the journey so far when it comes to internet and data center provisioning services in Nigeria. Tell us what it was like, what it is right now, and tell us what your organization is doing to position itself so that we can have better data services in the country. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr.
Awokola.
Awokola.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Before I go to that question, before I attempt to answer the question, because I want to make a connection between the question you have asked earlier and the one you have asked me, because it's still all about data. Whether you talk about broadband penetration, or you talk about internet, or you talk about infrastructure, it is about something. They are not there for themselves alone. They are there about data.
Yeah.
And the topic of this conversation is talking about the role of data, broadband, and so on in digital economy. For me, data component, you cannot ask about role of data because data is actually the core of digital economy. So we can talk about the role of broadband as with respect to digital economy and so on and so forth. Data is so fundamental and so core to what we call digital economy. And the way I talked about linking the question you have asked earlier is also to go back first to the definition of data. Have actually hit on, and we rather want to look at it as a bit of information. It's not yet an information itself, but it's a bit of information.
Okay, unit, a byte.
Exactly.
Okay.
So you can say it's a record, you can call it any other thing, but it's still a bit of information. And there is a model they call DIKW model. We talked about when you combine a lot of data, you begin to get information. That is when you get information. Data may not provide information. It may just be an attribute, which is not saying much. But when you combine so many attributes, you have information. Then when you combine so many information, you begin to get to knowledge. You have knowledge about a lot of things. And then when you combine so many knowledge of the past, of the present, and perhaps of the future, then you have wisdom. That is what they call DIKW.
Wow.
Data, information,
knowledge, and wisdom. Wow.
Now, connecting it to what the previous speaker spoke about data analytics. That is exactly what is happening. Moving data from information to knowledge and then wisdom. Whatever analysis you are coming up with, whether it is about creditworthiness of a farmer or about whether traffic in a particular. I normally like to use a Google map as an example of illustrating how data become wisdom. And it is all about knowing a geoposition where you are currently, like maybe people in traffic, all of them sending information about their location to Google. And Google is speaking that as data. But when it gets many of that from different people, it becomes an information that on this particular route, this is the speed. And then when it gets few days, it's comparing the information of today, yesterday, today, it begins to have knowledge about a particular route. When will it be red? When is it likely to be yellow? When will the traffic be building up? And then when you combine this information, you can also have a wisdom that will allow you to plan for the traffic of a particular area for tomorrow, for the future. So everything we do about data is all about moving data to information, to knowledge, and to the wisdom. Now, with specific to my role, it has been a struggle. We don't have the time to talk about the past of the broadband, the challenges of the past, and where we are now. But I want to tell you that we have really moved to a reasonable extent. And unfortunately, people are still tied to their knowledge of the reality of the past. They are not aware of what is in the pipeline, what is about to happen in their environment with respect to digital transformation or broadband penetration. So we need to begin to educate ourselves about all this so that we can all position ourselves to be able to benefit. So when we talk about broadband or connectivity, we are saying that as you come up with different initiatives in digital economy, there will be a time when you need to position the data you are generating in a place that it will not only be accessible to you, you will want to share it with people that will use it. And that is where you now need to host that data somewhere. And that is where my company comes from, Galaxy Backbone. The first thing is that we host data in Nigeria. Instead of you looking at offshore solutions to host your data, we have data center in Abuja, and which is tier 3 data center. We are just about to commission another one in Kano as a disaster recovery data center.
Wow.
So you can host your data in those locations at a price that will be very reasonable.
And
Even
it will be priced.
yes,
It will be
also be
priced
priced in
not in
naira.
dollars.
Exactly. So it will not be subjected to foreign exchange fluctuation and so on. And then the second aspect of that is that how do you get connected? That is where the broadband penetration also comes. So Galaxy have fiber in 20 states as we speak, and then in another 6 to 8 months, we believe that will also be in Ogbomoso. And most of the challenges you are currently facing about internet should be a thing of the past. What that does for you is that it doesn't just give you internet access, it's also giving you access to a data center where you can host your data. So, and then it also connecting your data to the whole world, to those who you want to share it for. So, as maybe another question might come, so I wouldn't want to say it all, but
That's amazing.
a lot will be happening very soon in Ogbomoso based on the capability that Galaxy will be bringing.
Wow, please a round of applause for Mr. Dauda from Galaxy Backbone. Actually, their company, Galaxy Backbone, is doing a lot of things. We were still talking about it over lunch, that it is the company that is responsible for most of the federal government infrastructures right now. I think at the Federal Secretariat, you are responsible for the entire internet connectivity, responsible for the email services. And you see, one of the ways we can grow our digital economy is when we begin to think globally, but acting locally. And that is why we have to continue to patronize our own indigenous brands. In fact, with the dollar shoot, people were forced to come and start looking for options where they'll be paying in Naira. And I think Galaxy Backbone is here. Please, one more time, a round of applause for Galaxy Backbone for the role they are playing. Now, let me start from you again before we go back there. Recently, I heard about the fact that Google has dropped the Equino cable, that a submarine subsea cable that runs to connect from Europe all across the whole of Africa, and that has dropped in Lagos. Now, what is going to be the impact of such project by Google on data service provision in Nigeria? I'd just like you to give us a little into that.
The impact of that is that it provides us with alternative routes to the internet. Because just as we have Main One and the likes of others, we are now having. First thing is that Google is hosting its servers in Nigeria, which provides opportunity for people. If you are trying to check something on Google now, you don't have to travel to US. Your data will not have to send a query to US before it comes back. There is a catch that is already in Nigeria that can easily provide an answer. But the way Galaxy is attempting to partner with the likes of Google is to ensure that we take advantage that exists on Google's platform, the One platform, and all other undersea cable. So that when you patronize an organization like Galaxy, if there is any problem with any one of them, we can always fail over to the other because we have our feed from all of them. So if Google will have to distribute its content all over Nigeria. And that is where also our own fiber backbone also
But of late, we started talking about big data. Can you shed light on that? Now, there's data, but big data?
All right. I think the best, I can explain that better from my experience. For example, I was on a project related with an international organization. So, what that project was for is it's about distribution of tractors, and they needed a way to monitor the tractor. So, each tractor is retrofitted with devices, right? So the idea now is me getting on that project, we realized that they had a problem quantifying the productivity of each tractor. So in the discussion, and I stumbled on their AWS platform. Then I realized that they had about 38 million data sets that has been generated from over 1,000 tractors. So that 38 million data set is simply
38 million.
million data sets. So
Not thousand.
not thousand,
Not
million
38.
data sets. So that simply is what we call big data. You get so an instance where you have what sort of leads to big data is accumulation of data in volume, in large volume, and then at the same time to the pace of the accumulation. So, for example, you have about 1,000 tractors being tracked every day. So the meaning of that is each day, each tractor contributes about 1 million data sets to that server. So imagine what it does in 365 days. You get so at the end of the day, now imagine 1,000 tractors, what it does. So you can analyze that directly on your Excel. Your Excel can't do that. Any spreadsheet can't do that. You get so you have to sort of be a guru in either Python or R programming to be able to analyze the big data. So at the end of the day, it's different from what you sort of work with casually. So that's the best explanation that I think I
Okay,
can
so
give.
so right now, because of the growth of technology, because of access to networks, because of proliferation of a lot of platforms and all that, and connectivity,
Yeah.
because of Internet of Things, more data is being generated in these times than before.
Exactly.
So, and that is what makes for the concept of big data. So
So
right
come-
now, we're generating a lot of big data. If I think about the amount of videos uploaded on YouTube every hour,
Exactly.
think about the amount of pictures uploaded to Instagram every hour.
Exactly.
Think about the amount of tweets every hour.
Exactly.
Then you will have very big data.
Big data, and where big data becomes interesting is being able to sort of build simple models, algorithms to constantly evaluate the input. Like he talked about Google Map. So, for example, now everybody using Android phone contributes per minute to Google Map. So, when you see a spreadsheet of the data, so for example, from your phone is technically a sensor, right? What you contribute to Google Map, you contribute your the piece of your movement per minute. You contribute your coordinates, your location per minute. You contribute it. It is time stamped. A lot on the columns, right? So in that instance, what Google Map does is there are several algorithms in play that puts that inflow of data to use. You get so, for example, now when you look at the inflow based on pace, then the algorithm is able to sort of separate the data from a moving vehicle from the data from someone that is on foot, basically, based on the pace you get of that particular data. So all these algorithms is what is at play behind the graphical user interface. That's the map.
Okay.
Then you now have the data behind it.
Excellent. A round of applause for him. All right, so Dr. Adenito, I think after that, then we'll just wrap it up. So you are founder of an IT institute. You teach and train people in IT courses, and you have raised a lot of IT practitioners. So if anybody is thinking of starting a career in data, data analytics, data science, what would be the progression? Where can the person start from? What should the person learn? And what are the prospects that you can talk about that is available to data scientists in this age and time? Because there may be somebody here who is getting interested in the concept of data and might want to build a career around being either a data scientist, a data engineer, a data analyst, or whatever. I like you from the angle of someone who has been involved in training and capacity building to advise and tell us what are some things that the person, how should the person start, what are the platforms the person should know, what should the person learn, and all of that. And maybe it's an opportunity for you to market SKI today. Please, you have the floor.
All right. Whenever a quest like this comes, like what do I need to learn to become a data scientist? There is always a warning around it. So when you come around with that, your mind would be on machine learning straight away, the attractive and the hyped part of it, artificial intelligence. However, if you start from there, it could break every strength you have to really do something. So for someone who is so new to it, you want to start with understanding what data is itself, with little exposure to computer digitalization generally, like what we are saying here now. You want to have that basic understanding. You want to go ahead and learn about how to be able to put this, data together, like we have been talking about analysis. For example, those that study data science at SQI, for example, they usually give them a task to build data analytics softwares. So you might have studied about Excel for analysis, Tableau for analysis, but now you are learning how to now build a software to analyze data. The picture is already in your mind, and it makes it possible to be able to get such thing done. So when you are coming in now into data science, since it's more of programming, data science is a lot of programming, You start with pure basic programming. In fact, start with something below Python. Python is popular, everybody wants to go into it straight, but don't take a weight that will break you early. You are like a baby in it. Start with, when you tell some people, start with ordinary HTML, just to be comfortable with coding first. That when I give a computer an instruction, it can translate it to something. Even if it's just then you begin to go, little by little before you enter into machine learning. And it is the knowledge you have in those machine learning that you put together, and you begin to work out something, artificial intelligence. Be able to have something huge like what Google is doing. Yes, picking those data and making it happen. But if you go that direction, you already know that you are building up a foundation.
For yourself.
Yes.
Wow, a round of applause for Dr. Adreto. All right, it's been a wonderful session. And one more time, I'd like to appreciate all of our panelists. Thank you for the contribution. So we're going to wrap up with a parting word. They said data is the new oil. That data is the new oil, and we are living a data-driven generation. So just a word, just like a parting statement, we're going to start from you to everybody about what they can do to position themselves to be relevant in this new data-driven rate. Because now data is the ones on our phone. Right now, it is as important as food and water. And I believe that most people are not maximizing data.
Of course.
I think we have more people waste data than put it to optimal use. So just like a word of advice for everyone.
All right. So if we say data is the new oil, we may want to first understand what the old oil used to be, or what the old oil is, and what the old oil did to us and nations as a whole. So maybe when you understand what the old oil is, you appreciate what the new oil is first. So, a brief way I can talk about this is, when you look at Dubai, you look at Saudi Arabia, you envy their wealth. Their wealth is based on the old oil. Now, when we talk about the new oil, it's not just new. It's also a distributed oil. Far better. You can't compare it with, it's like comparing the earth with the universe itself. It's that huge, and it is distributed. So if somehow one reason or the other, you have envied people that were in charge of the old oil in the past. Now we have the new oil that is bigger than the old oil, that is with everyone. You have like a drilling machine, or what do we call those, a rig to drill into your oil anytime you are ready. You have the machine with you. So when you're ready, just dive into it.
And drill as much as you can.
And drill as much as you
Please, a
can.
round of applause for you.
That's
That's amazing. Mr. Billy, over to you. Just like a wrap, lasting
Alright.
thought, just a last thought. Drop it.
Okay. So basically, to the best of my knowledge, data utilization, it brings in intelligence, like I said. So when everybody complains about Nigeria being inefficient and all that, it's because every bit of the system is not intelligent. It's not responding to data. It's not responding to information. All right. So the thing now is the countries that now understand that that intelligence that data brings leads to optimization. They are growing so well. You get. So Nigeria as it is still highly unintelligent. For example, there's a pipeline leakage they discovered in a few weeks ago, or about a month ago. You will discover that it's basically because of the lack of a monitoring system. You get that boils down to data. You get so. Hopefully, when Nigeria starts to realize that and become intelligent, then everybody will see the proof. Thank you.
Improve Nigeria. Thank you so much. Mr. Dada? Well, just
You have the phone with you. You have access to data. What it all means is that there is big data out there. Can you mine the data to convert it to more information? Or can you also take some information on the internet, convert it to knowledge, and use it as wisdom to begin to deliver value to different people? As you deliver value, you make a lot of money, and then you are getting your own dollar from the oil, which data is.
Wow, thank you.
Stephen Olabisi also comes to join us. Please come forward, sir. What? Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Okay, I think Mrs. Patricia is here. Please, ma, if you can hear us. Or maybe let me do this. 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 Maybe let me do this.
Currency of Google is India. Currency of Google is India. Currency of Google is India. Currency of Google.
How do you help champion innovation? And what advice would you give public sector players or those who may venture into it on how they can drive innovation. I can see that. Okay. Okay. Mr. Samara, let me repeat it again. Mr. Samara asked a question. I said, during your time in the University Public Service, how did you help champion innovation? And what advice would you give the public sector player or those who may venture into it on how they can drive innovation?
Miss Patricia, you're currently on mute. Could you unmute your microphone, please?
Okay, I can see that Mr. Fire today. You're welcome, sir.
Yeah, hi. Good evening.
Okay, good. My question for you is, can you give us your honest appraisal of the government's so far in the areas of driving digitalization and innovation?
I think I lost
Um,
connectivity.
okay, I think
So do you want me to continue or? I can go ahead. Okay. So thank you very much for inviting me to speak. It's a pleasure being here. I think as during my stay as a state water resources, um, I undertook comprehensive water sector reforms for state governments or for ministries or parastatals. The first thing to put in place was a comprehensive water um, a policy that was based on empirical data we were able to collect based on the evolving facilities that we have, the ecosystem, and the changing demographics of the state. So the first thing we started to do, which was innovative at the time, was we went ahead with data collection using GPS mapping of the states. Now, in River State, we have a lot of involved in water supply or built facilities, whether they were useful or not, but we still had a lot of agencies. So we mapped out all the water schemes and infrastructure throughout the state using data and GPS mapping for the state. That was done. We also used mobile apps to do household surveys for the entire state as well, to also begin to estimate what the demand would be. And based on this, we're able to really create a policy that would address the needs of the people and change the way we actually delivered water to the people of River State. So um, a fallout to that was that we had really comprehensive and aggressive water sector reforms that changed the sectoral structure, built new institutions, created new institutions, and then we went ahead because you could have a really good policy if you don't have strong laws to back it up. It's equal to a document that sits in the cupboard. So we went ahead and we also changed the water laws. The water laws were very old and dated back to the late 60s or early 70s. So we had to change the water laws for the state. We had new laws that were able to enact with our new a new vision for the water sector in the state, and everything that we had thought up was incorporated. So some of those were the innovative things, bringing in technology. We didn't have a data center. We set up a data center. We had this data mapping. We're able to monitor. And then we redesigned for Port Harcourt Water, we redesigned the reticulation system, which is a project that's ongoing, a World Bank ADB, African Development Bank project that's currently ongoing in the state. We redesigned the entire reticulation network and also incorporated digital technologies and automation for that. So it was designed so we could have it in such a way where it was all digitized, and we could have smart meters installed. So those are some of the innovative things I did while in the public sector. But most importantly was really bringing the new policy which drove the sector in general and changed the way the sector was structured and the infrastructure. Also very importantly is that we used data to actually inform our decisions and the way we structure the sector. So I think I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Akinel, if you hear me. If you have a question, you want to take it.
Sorry, excuse me, I didn't catch that.
Okay, so let me ask the question again. We asked to discuss about the appraisal of the government scorecard in areas of driving digitalization and innovation.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this invitation. Apologies I couldn't be there in person, scheduling, conflicting schedules. So yeah, that's a very interesting question. I think to properly answer that, I would say I'll give us a bit of background into what we sort of met on ground and where we are now. I think what we met on ground when we came in was pretty much greenfield in the area of ICT, to the extent where we pretty much had to start from the very ground up. And by ground up, I mean creating policy. We had to even create an IT policy. There was no IT policy on ground, to the things like providing internet in the secretariat. But with regards to digitization, we also realized that it comes in different phases. There's the G2G, the government administrative processes that we could digitize. There's the government to citizen processes that we could digitize as well and innovate, as well as the government to businesses. So we thought before embarking in our first year on anything elaborate, we needed to fix our foundation. And that involved, like I'd mentioned, creating an IT policy. Of course, there's human capital development involved there. So we had to embark on extensive training and retraining of the entire civil service. I think after that, we then provided them with tools, work tools in the form of procurement of over 1,200 computers. We laid fiber around the entire secretariat, as well as created productivity tools such as, email and what have you. Then, we went a step further to also digitize government processes. You have areas such as recruitment, which was fully digitized. We've had over 700,000, processed over 700,000 applications in the last 3 years. We have our HR, our payroll, a lot of our management information systems, from education to health, that have been digitized. And we've also recently embarked on full business process automation, which will be the complete eradication of paper and digitizing the entire file approval process. And that's a little bit of what we've done on the government side. Of course, with the government to citizen side, first of all, with regards to showing information, we've created the Oyo State web portal, which I think contains over 10,000 pages, voted best state government website, which of course is updated on a daily basis and gives the citizens direct access to the government, from all arms, the executive, the legislative, as well as the judiciary. You can contact these people, and as well as even if you see any issues, there's the contact your government. Whereas infrastructure problems, littering, you can directly speak to your government and let them know that these issues are there. Of course, with regards to students, we've done things like internet, and I'm not sure how much time I have here as well. So we've done the Internet for Schools initiative, where we partner to provide internet for secondary schools. We've done, we just recently commissioned earlier in the year, the Sheyi Makinde, Innovation Hub in Ogbomoso at Lautech, as well as I think I might stop here for a bit, but I think to sort of answer your question, I would say we've done pretty well with what we've had and the time we've had, and I think other people might also agree with us. The Federal Ministry of Communication last year named Oyo State the overall best ICT state in the country. We also won the best ICT infrastructure state. We also won the best human capital development ICT state, as well as runner-up in e-governance. Just last month, NIDA also awarded us the most ICT compliant states, as well as we also won the best ICT infrastructure state. So I think myself and a lot of other people would say we've done pretty well in the last few years. Thank you.
All right, all right. I know in Australia we had Professor John who professorized and was part of the team that came up with the Human Day Innovation Hall here in Lauderdale. So he tells us the prelude to your work. So we will say yes, right here, actually, that impact. We hope that we are receiving more. I have a lot of questions for you. One question each for the remaining analysts. So at the end of the question, please you can also give your partner remarks. My first question goes to Mr. Simon Hart. Hope you can hear me.
I can barely hear you, but go ahead.
Sound.
I'm saying, yeah.
Sean, that's you know. Give me some now.
Can you repeat your question?
My question goes to you are attaining remarkable heights in a seemingly yes, I'm asking the question again. You are attaining remarkable heights in a seemingly dominated industry. What advice do you have for female professionals who are keen on attaining the peak of their professional careers?
Okay. All right. Thank you for the question. Yes. I think first and foremost is the way you perceive yourself as a female in the midst of men. For some strange reason, went to Federal Government College, Port Harcourt, and were only two girls in my class at the time. I don't know how that happened that year, but I went to the mixed school and were just two girls in the class for the first year. So I think I'm really comfortable being amongst males in general, so it didn't faze me. And then university, I think I was the only girl in my class. I studied computer science and mathematics and statistics, and I was the only girl in the class for those 4 years. So I think I've been pretty used to being literally the only woman amongst men. In the oil sector itself, I found myself to be the first female-run company or female-owned business that joined a male. I was the first female company to join a male organization of indigenous professionals in the sector, which is PETAN, which is Petroleum Technology Association of Nigeria. So I usually find myself amongst men. So I don't really, that perception of seeing myself as being different, I don't. But I'd say the advice I'd give you as women, and women, it doesn't matter whether it's the oil and gas industry or any other industry, first and foremost, you need to be professional in your presentation. And I think I learned that at the beginning of my career. The first job I had with Inlax Computers, where we were literally thrown into the marketplace. I started as a programmer, but then went on into marketing, and we had to appear professional. We had to qualify the customer or qualify the customer out. So the way we presented ourselves, you had to have something to sell. So I would say be professional, know what you're selling or know what you are presenting, know what your product and the service that you're offering, and be clear as to what you're providing, as well as also be clear about the value you're going to add to your customers if you are running a business. I think that's very, very important. But apart from that, be prepared. So you need to prepare and prepare adequately, just as anybody would, but more so as a woman, because you must come out presenting professionally and knowing what you're presenting. So be very articulate in that. And then you need to be authentic. You need to be yourself. I think for me, I don't try to be a man. I've never tried to dress the part of a man or try to be a man. No, I'm a woman in a male-dominated sector. Yes, there's certain things I can't do, but I have engineers who I train up to go to the field and do the heavy lifting because I run a well testing company, so we do actually well services. So yeah, really be professional, be authentic, be prepared, be clear what service you provide your customers, deliver and add value to your client and have your client's interests at heart. I think that's it in summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. One final question for Mr. Sunday. I hope you can hear me. What challenges would you say the present administration has faced in terms of extending critical infrastructure to Ogbomoso, especially here in Ogbomoso? Infrastructure generally or the ICT?
The challenges you said.
In extending critical infrastructure to Ogbomoso.
All right, thank you. I think that's a good question. I think the how many minutes? 2 minutes. Okay. I think the challenges really we face are challenges that aren't peculiar to us, which is the I would say the lack of infrastructure in general. So a lot of things will need to be put in place for enabling environment for ICT to thrive. But so we've had some of those challenges, but nonetheless, we're still doing the best we can. I'm sure a lot of you around Ogbomoso might see people laying fiber cables, that's this colored pipes, and that's one way of us yet again trying to improve internet penetration and connectivity in Ogbomoso. I mentioned earlier regarding the hub, the Shei Makinde Innovation Hub that was built. And I think I heard you say Dr. Ojo was there. And so Dr. Ojo, of course, is leading that. And I'm sure he's probably told you a lot of the things, they've been able to achieve with that infrastructure there. And of course, with regards to helping the schools, the SUBEB is also doing a great job with regards to renovating schools. So it's in a nutshell, I'm trying to say that a lot of these underlying critical infrastructure need to be put in place for ICT to then thrive. So it's a bit of a challenge when they're not there, but of course, I'm very thankful to His Excellency, the governor, who has been doing a great job providing this critical infrastructure for us to then be able to build, using technology. Thanks.
As the department in your institution, what your job is doing now, in completely digital mindset in your institution, how have you been able to somehow do They don't need to as a system of the national health commission. And the money that they are regulated, so they are not to come and tell you that whether you can come. I had a very good example in the system. Everything came from in their classrooms, in the language of digital realities, they have something. Everything is telling them what to You only have this one. It is an education. So we have supporters and all because when you see the economic situation, there is new that that is what we are capitalizing. That is what we are doing. So we need to take action. That is what we take because if you go to school and you talk to anything, outside of the regular study is not like that. Because of the school, that's what we are when you go to the it's what those of us who can give us yes, that we have an awareness of what we need to do, having an introduction of those and always where this is an important, this is a new school. The one is so that facilitate individuals. This one is so that the market I'm sure you talking about this and you go down, what you take away you can take from the seminar, the believing in the professional that the place is professional, the identity, no no anybody else. You know, to push yourself from the secondary quarters of our problems. Don't worry, you're already in the impact the plan to do more, and from our very own culture, we told us how to think about it, how to remember that we have the potential as Nigerians to equally that part with India to probably even surpass. Thank you very much. It's really you guys have to do it. Mr. Zahid, we are starting the job. All right, thank you.
be present for. So we're moving on to Lightning Talk 5, and that is Art for City Identity from Ogbomoso to Lagos to Ogbomoso. And this session, I'll be calling on Mr. Oluwaseyi Gbadebo, the Creative Director of BZLQ. A round of applause for him. Thank you. Now I can see that we are not tired.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Give yourself a round of applause. I want to especially thank the host, Mr. Jason Damilari of Innovate Lab. This has been long coming. Let's give him a round of applause, please. All right. So a lot has been said, and it's majorly around the content. So, there's a saying that the last or the best is saved for the last. Yes. So, after me also is an artist coming, an artist also coming up. So, they've talked about, how this tech stuff is going to help the economy of Ogbomoso, finance, everything. But very, very important, what attracts you to purchasing a product? Whenever you want to make a decision in a supermarket, you walk into a store, you want to buy a drink, you want to buy a biscuit, whatsoever. What is the first thing you see that attracts you to purchasing that product? Say it out loud. Yes, that's where we come in. Ogbomoso needs packaging. True or false? So when you think about Ogbomoso, what comes to mind? Let's be sincere. What comes to mind when you think Ogbomoso? Very local. Okay. It's dusty, right? You think about cashew. You think about mango. Even the name is strong. Ogbomoso. When I tell people, Ogbomoso, they say, what is that? Do you mean Oshogbo? No, Ogbomoso. Orúkọ yẹn dàbí Ògbóǹtarìgì. All right. So, art for city identity. Before I quickly move on now, I want to talk about how this has affected other cities. Dubai, where everybody runs to, now they've closed the doors against us, Abi. In the early 90s, Dubai was a desert terrain. There's not much better than Ogbomoso, but they wanted to improve their infrastructure, their economy. They have oil, but the first thing they need to do is to package. They have to invest in tourism and the likes. All right, let's go on. A city, no, leave it in a city first. A city, yes, a city has a soul. Ogbomoso has a soul, what it represents, what it stands for. When you think about Ogbomoso, the major story that pops out to you is bravery. Ogbomoso is the land of the brave. So it has a soul, and that is the platform. That is the story of the city. But another thing that a city has is atmosphere. Is it attractive? Is it attractive to onlookers? A millennial, who is in Lagos, who live all his life in Lekki, Phase 1, or let's say Ikoyi, you tell him to come to Ogbomoso, like, wait, what am I going to do there? What you guys got? No, you don't have my life. I can leave here. Just imagine if Lautek is not here. Oh. No, just imagine. It's very interesting. And then smart. Smart means the functionality, the usability. When you combine the soul, that is the story, the platform of the city, and then the atmosphere together. To the next slide. So a city's identity, it communicates a city's value and offering to the world. Every city have their own values and offering, just like you human beings too. You have something that is unique about you that you want to, give to other people. So Ogbomoso has its own unique values and offering. And it brings diverse stakeholders together, building local community and external awareness. Next slide. So you look at all of this logo. They are city logos, though. I mean, who knows what that one stands for? The first one up there. New York, right? I love New York. It has an emblem. I mean, you can see the city of Melbourne, that's Australia. Helsinki, that's where, Helsinki is where? Finland, good. Okay, I mean, Sao Paulo, Brazil, awesome. Oslo, Porto. So these things that you're looking is just beyond the logo. It captures the soul of those cities, and it captures what the atmosphere represents in those cities. All right, the next slide. So why is city identity important? Is there any economic value to it? Why should we spend time on packaging, on building public art, public spaces, make Ogbomoso look fine and attractive? Is there any economic value to that? Before I even go to the next slide, when a brand who makes a product, they invest heavily on making their products look good. It's not to their own benefit. It makes them sell better in the market, right? Okay, next slide. So the global economy has shifted rapidly from the production of goods to the production of services. And location-based factors are less and less relevant. And as the mobility of global talent, tourism, and capital grow each and every day, the perceived identity or brand of a city increasingly determines where that talent, tourism, and investment flows. Let me break it down. It means we are in an age where you are does not really matter. 2020, it showed us that. COVID happened, right? People can't go to office again. So as of 2020, I was in Lagos. I have a brand that does mural. I'm still going to go to that. That does mural and the public art in public spaces. So 2020, I was like, okay, I was feeling a nudge that my time is up in Lagos, that I need to enter the new frontier. And I have a steering, very strong one. God telling me that, okay, it's time to come back to Ogbomoso to come and contribute your quota to the development of this town. So I was like, okay, when I get here, what is it going to be? What am I going to do? But let me reserve on that. I will show you that in the next slide. Okay. I think when I'm done here, that person that's controlling the slide, we have fights we'll meet at Maracana Stadium. All right, so let me just go on then, in case it's taking time. So, I came to Ogbomoso last year. I came to Ogbomoso last year with my wife. Oh, okay, good. Importance of art in city identity. This is one of our projects at BZL Crew. 2017, during the days of Governor Ambode, Lagos at 50. All right, next slide. So, why is art very important in city identity? The first thing it does is it creates a vibrant neighborhood that people want to visit, live in, and take care of. If it is fine, I mean, if you enter a house that is shabby, that is not kept, you will be loose, you won't mind. You will treat it anyhow because it's shabby in the first place. But if you enter a house that is well kept, neat, attractive, aesthetically appealing, you will be careful. And you will long to always visit that place. I mean, maybe some of us, when we were young, maybe some of our friends live in very fine house, maybe they have PS in their house, maybe they have, maybe Nintendo back then. You want to go and visit, right? Because the place looks nice, it's welcoming. So that's the first thing that art does. And the second thing it does is it fosters community pride and a sense of belonging. I mean, I've seen some sculptural piece around Ogbomoso. If you enter around Taki, there's one sculptural piece. I'm not trying to insult the artist, but how many of you know that sculptural piece? Roundabout Taki. Is it Akintala? If Akintola hears, I know it's the one, but if he hears in his grave, That work does not depict him. It's not aesthetically appealing. So art fosters community pride. You know, people want to take pictures. You see public art in spaces. You'll be like, oh, I love this. I mean, if you enter New York, there's one major symbol in New York City. Who knows what that is? The statue of... It's a tourist attraction, right? People go there when they enter New York, you know, they'll be like, oh, I want to visit that place, take a picture. That is what it does. It fosters community pride. They make merchandise out of it. And, you know, people have a sense of belonging. They can connect. And if you go to Paris, what is in Paris that's very iconic in Paris? The Eiffel Tower. It becomes something that a community of people rally around. All right, and the last thing is that art enhances the quality of life for its residents and visitors. All right, the next slide. Okay, using art in city identity, my background. So like I told you earlier on, that is one of my brand. These are the crew. So we do murals, public spaces, interiors, you know, offices, residentials, and for most of the places where we take the initiative to this creativity to, most times, you know, when you see the place is boring, is dull, they want maybe for an office organization, they want to engage their workers, they want it to be more lively, especially all these tech organizations nowadays. They want something that will be interesting because they don't want people to just sit at the computer system for so long and then become drowsy and dull. That is what we do with the art at Visitor Crew. And the next is Lions Lounge. So when I came to Ogbomoso last year, so one of the things that came to my mind was that how can I create a community, a space where creatives and intellectuals and young professionals can gather around and have something meaningful. Most of the places where we have to cool off in Ogbomoso is like Beer Parlor, Abi, Beer Parlor, Brent Mall, Bites Mall. Where else again? Yes. So it's like, those are the kind of things that we need, where people can have, you know, sit together, play games, you know, have intellectual conversations, just chill, and make meaningful discourse. That's what Lions Lounge is about. So we meet every second. Anyway, I co-founded it with a friend. We meet every second Saturday of the month. And then lastly, Concrete Designs. So Concrete Designs is an Afro-urban concrete outfit where we use concrete to make furnitures. I mean, in people's wildest mind, it's like, it's not possible. Concrete is not a choice material for furnitures. It is heavy, it has a problem of weight, and it is not aesthetically appealing. It's not fine. We use concrete for buildings and for pavements and for interlocks and the likes. But we at Concrete, we've developed the way to use concrete to make furnitures, and we are still even developing it further to also make lighting for interiors and exterior spaces. So my story majorly started in the Ogbomoso. I came into the town 2006, 2007. That was where myself and my brother, Jason Damilare, we first met. MKO Hall. He was seated behind me. He looked and he saw me scribbling on my sketch pad. And I said, oh, bro, you can draw. I'm like, yeah, what's up? How about you? So he came over and then, you know, we became friends. He started an initiative back then, iPod Think Tank. So we were there together, and these are the kind of things we were discussing. Things to shape, you know, minds and to develop the individual and the likes. So, but I studied art in Lautech, and I finished 2011, 2012. Went for NYSC, and then it was that NYSC period. I was like, okay, so what else am I going to do? I'm like, okay, I'm qualified as an artist now. I have many options. You know, Canada is waiting for me. UK is there. I was like, okay, should I go to Abuja, my uncle's place? Or should I go to Ibadan, my father's house? Or should I stay in Lagos with my mom? I was like, okay, all of those options were not clicking. And inside of me, I knew that, okay, I haven't found the answer yet. Then I came to Lautech, which was supposed to be my farewell, which was my convocation, staying with JD. And that very instance, I just knew very strongly inside of me, my spirit, You have to stay here for the next 3 years. It's crazy. I don't know how to communicate with my folks at home. I'll be like, okay. It was a very tough decision. So that's the reason when this gentleman, he's a lot. This man is a gift to us as a people, as a town. Celebrating. So I'll be like, okay, I'm going to do this. He was there in that cubicle. Who can relate to White House? If you can relate to White House, let me see your hand up. Yeah, so that's where the whole vision started. The whole idea began to form. I'll be like, okay, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And then the idea for mural started to come, but I was documenting. And then when my 3 years was done, just shortly before my 3 years was done, a few months, doors opened in Lagos. And the first project that opened was to come and do a mural. Alakbare. Anytime you're in Lagos, Alakbare Estate, you're going to a Stormy Bridge, you see on the walls of Alakbare. 2016, we did that project. It's still very much fresh and there. That was my first mural project. And then from there, courage was summoned. We were working with Lagos State government. One incident I can never forget was the beggar project. We were working tirelessly. I mean, months before the project, we've closed deal with the state government. They told us we have 1 month to execute before Governor Ambode opens up. And then I'll be like, okay, the whole team were set and we are making plans. And just 2 days, we received a call from the commissioner that, sorry, bro, that 1 month cannot work again. You have 2 weeks. I'll be like, what? He'll be like, tell me you can't meet up and let's cancel it. No, don't do that, sir. We'll meet up. But in my heart, I was shivering that, no, how can I do this? It was a 2,805 square meter wall, and I have to finish it in 2 weeks. As at then, 2017, I'm like, I was in a dead spot. But I do what I know how to do. I went on my knees, I prayed, received strength from heaven. And then I told my team. That's why I got the name The Lion. That's my nickname anyway. The Lion of Bezalel. So I told my team, I said, guys, we are not giving in. This is our breakthrough. We won't fail. I brought in 50 artists from Yabotek, from Unilag, 50 artists. 10 add-on for logistics and like. I'll be like, let's get down to work. And we were working day and night. If you're familiar with Governor Ambode back then, he worked a lot in the night. On that project, he came in the middle of the night 4 times. And one of the occasion, no siren, he just came, we were working. I just saw in my heart beat. The governor just came down. He came close. We were painting those Baba Meta, the 3 wise men. He looked. The security, the head. They carried go, stop work, everybody. He said, calm down. He told them to stop that. No, don't harass them. He came close. He looked at the work. He was nodding. He said, this is nice. This is nice. Good. It was that day I knew that governors move with raw cash. They carry money. So he just told the head. He just brought a bundle of money, 250,000. But because I had a small stature, I had a small stature. One of my boys, who was my colleague there, he was one that gave the money to. 250K, he was just bouncing the money. I said, Tommy, they bring it. He said, Tommy, they bring it. So, that is the story. And that is what we did in Lagos from 2016. I mean, even up to now, the company is still there, but I handed it over to a manager to take over, to handle it from there. So for Ogbomoso, the final slide. So this is the question we need to ask ourselves. The final slide quickly. The time is up. So what's next? So we need to set up a workshop of stakeholders to define our city's brand positioning. The question, what is our shared values? What is that common thing that binds us together as a community? Who are we trying to attract? Very important. Are we trying to attract the West or other African countries? In what industry, in what segment? What is the DNA of our city? Where will we as a city be in 10, 20, or in 50 years? I heard a story about, is it not Saudi Arabia? They had a summit and they planned for the next 1,000 years. For the next 1,000 years, who does that? For the next 1,000 years, they make a master plan. How do we want to be seen? How do we want the world to see us? How do we want the world to perceive Ogbomoso? Thank you.
You can do it again, you can do it again, you can do better, you can do better. Fantastic, fantastic time. Okay, as I call upon the next speaker, who will be talking about branding for cities, building a visual identity for Ogbomoso. Please permit me 2 minutes. Who has seen Black Panther 1? Show of hand. All right. Who has seen Black Panther 2? Show of hand. It just came out last week. Let me give you some quick data about Black Panther 2. No, not about the movie. No. Hey, I'm a business developer. What am I coming on stage and tell you about movie for? About what happened, what the child did or didn't do? No. Black Panther 2, when released, 3 days, grossed $331 million. If I tell you to use your calculator or your phone nearly blow. But you know what was interesting? For Nigeria, that was the biggest box office weekend for Nigeria, for any movie. We did 240 million naira. One movie, 3 days. Brotherhood is also out. Who has seen Brotherhood? Nice movie, came out. Brotherhood has done 300 million in 5 weeks. What am I saying? I like the question he ended with. What's our brand strategy? The beautiful thing about this fictional, imaginary city of Wakanda is that it was envisaged by the white man. And they've been able to tell our story to us visually in such a way that the rest of the world is now enamored with Africa. So let me just leave you with this teaser. It's not the movie, it's the fact, sir. The fact that they're telling us the story about ourselves. Wait, that's why my teaser is now for, I hope Mr. Michael Tommy is coming up soon. Yeah, okay, just hold on, sir. I have a dream. Yes, I have a dream that Black Panther 3 will be shot in Oyo State. Because we need the West and us to collaborate. Why is it taking Brotherhood 5 weeks to gross 300 million, while it took the same movie in the same country, Nigeria alone, 240 million. In the US alone, $181 million, 3 days. Do you know why? Nigeria has 120 cinema screens. That's all we have. The US has 40,500 screens. When I did the analysis, each screen in that 3 days for the US did about $2,900 per day, each of the screens. Guess what? The screens in Nigeria did 2,800, almost at par. So what is a strategy for us? Do you know that we can invite the West? Let's do a movie together here, and then you go and distribute it back all over the world and sell Ogbomoso, not just Wakanda, to the rest of the world. And from our own creative industry, generate $100 million, $200 million. Do you know the cost of the Black Panther movie? Was $250 million. They've made it already, 3 days. Please, with a round of applause, to come and tell us how to brand our city in a way that we can command what we've not commanded before. Please welcome with me Mr. Michael Tommy, co-founder Asterism Communications.
All right. Who gets the reference? All right. All right, don't let me go into that. All right, it's so exciting to be here today. Can you please give yourself a round of applause? Thank you so much for being patient up until this point. I feel like Mr. Gbadebo has actually helped me a lot. He has injected a jolt of energy and joy, at this time. And I think creativity thrives on joy and sometimes on play, right? Yeah, so my name is Michael, and before I continue, I need to let you know that I am truly inspired by him, by many people, by some people, but by him. We have a very similar story. Not similar, but in the sense of come to Ogbomoso. I didn't even school in Ogbomoso. I was not born here. I didn't have my primary education here. I didn't have my secondary education here. I was born in Lagos, bred in Lagos, went to University of Ibadan, went to serve in Katsina, and then somehow in 2019, I moved down to Ogbomoso, right? But before I moved down, I had an experience where when I came for a Figma design meetup. I came to talk to people about design, but somehow when I came that day, I remember please, a round of applause for JD and his team. A round of applause for JD and his team, please. So I met with JD that day and someone else, and while I was around, I just knew that I just kept saying potential. It didn't make sense. The roads were bad. Many things were off. I was seeing different things, but I just kept saying potential. And not long after that, I packed my own load. I remember I just had one knapsack, or what would you call it, and I had another small traveling bag. And that's how I left Lagos. And then I came to Ogbomoso. And after a year, I got married. My beautiful wife is over there. She also came to Ogbomoso from Abuja. And we have been around till now. And I've been contributing my own little quota to whatever is going on here. And today, it almost looks like night. But today, I am about to add another very minute measure to push us further ahead. All right. So my slides, please. If possible, show me my slides more than my face so that I can move. All right, branding for cities. No, let's go back. Branding for cities, design visual identity for Ogbomoso. Next slide. So a few weeks ago, I came across this picture on the internet. It's a very interesting one. A car collided with a bicycle. Normally, when that happens, what do you expect? The bicycle should suffer. But somehow, look at it now. And I don't think it's Photoshop. It's not Photoshop. It actually happened. And when I saw this picture on the internet, the person who posted the picture asked a question. He said, okay, so let's say car A is let's say the car is made in country A and the bicycle is made in country B. What is country A and what is country B? I just want somebody to shout and answer, what is country A? He said, so China, you can see the general. So what is country B? Who said Germany? Did someone say Germany? Where is the person that said Germany? Thank you so much. I can't really see you because of the light, but now those answers you actually gave were my answers. Like, I didn't even think for 5 seconds. I just said definitely the car is from China. The bicycle is from Germany. I went to the comment section. It was tweeted, and you know that Twitter comment section is actually a gold mine. So I went to the comment section, and I was just saying, I saw that most people also said the bicycle is from Germany. But then there was a disparity between where the car was from. And this is what teaches you the power of perception as opposed to the true identity of a thing. Most of us just blindly said China. Why? Because we have this perception that Chinese, they do things, but then sometimes it's like the things that they do, they can be very interesting, all right? But then some people did the painstaking work of looking at let's go back. I don't know how we got here. Look at the brand of the car. Some of us did not even think of the brand of the car. They looked at it and said, that is Hyundai. And Hyundai is not even from China. It's actually from South Korea. All right? So what did we learn from this? Move to my next slide, please. Follow me. So one of the major lessons I learned from this is that people form perceptions about places. Whether you like it or not, people have perceptions about a place. If you name a place, all of a sudden, there are images that begin to conjure up in people's minds. Okay? Let's prove that quickly. Let's move to the next slide. So I want you to look at these 4 places. In fact, I had to downsize my slides because I know that I have very short time. But Mr. Badebo has actually helped me a great deal. Look at these 4 places: Lagos, Borno, Oxford, and then think of what comes to your mind when you think of Lagos, what comes to your mind when you think of Borno State, what comes to your mind when you think of Oxford, what comes to your mind when you think of which place do you think is the city of love or culture, and compare it with my answers in the next slide. So let's move. So when you think of Lagos, for example, especially if you're in Ogbomoso, you begin to think opportunities for commerce, opportunities for business, opportunities for flex, and different things like that. And some other people think Lagos is just a very stressful place. Me, I just like this Ogbomoso life. Don't rush. Don't wake up by 4 o'clock to leave your house by 5 and come back by 8. I'm okay waking up by 6 or 7. Go to work. I remember then I will be taking strolls to work as if I'm going to just flex at a friend's place. So we have that perception of Lagos. When you think of Borno State, what's the general perception that you have? You think Boko Haram, all right? It's as simple as that. When you think of Oxford, what comes to mind? You think academia, intellectualism. All of a sudden, you're thinking of Oxford University. You're thinking of many other things. When they say city of love, you immediately start thinking of Paris. I can mention other cities like that. I can say San Francisco Bay Area. What do you think of? You think of Silicon Valley or tech or innovation, and on like that. So let's move to the next slide. So, sometimes you come to realize that these perceptions are not necessarily true. The fact that you're perceiving it like that doesn't make it the true identity of the place. Are we together? So you think of Borno State, for example. There was Borno State long before there was Boko Haram. All right? So you can find out that the idea of you thinking of Borno State and the first thing you think of Boko Haram doesn't necessarily mean that that's the true identity of Borno State. Some form of influence became loud, and all of a sudden when you think of Borno State, the next thing you think of is Boko Haram. So a lot of times, these perceptions are not always true. Sometimes what forms these perceptions are the things we come across on the internet, social media, movies, and on like that. And they affect, and they affect how people interact with these places. Next slide, please. So for example, when you're thinking of Borno State, if they post you to Borno State for NYC, how many of you will just pack your bag the next day and start going? No, now, even other states in the north, some of us will still think twice before we go, all right? So one of the ways to solve this is branding. What branding does is that it takes the true identity of a place and pay attention. I'm intentionally speaking of places. I know some of us are familiar with the idea of branding people, branding products, branding organizations. Some of us are not familiar with branding cities and places, and I'm glad that you're learning that now. So what branding does is that it takes the true identity of a place and connects it to the perception. All right, let's move on. So all of city branding is the aggregation of activities and collaterals that help a city, 1, discover, 2, define, 3, embrace, 4, communicate its true differentiating identity in such a way that it influences the perceptions of and forms a belief system in its desired audience. I believe that that's simple enough. I'm trying to save my time. Are we together? Okay, so let's move to the next slide, please. And city branding does a lot of things. So these are some of the very simple things that city branding does. 1, it can help you to manage negative stereotypes. So for example, when, as the previous speaker said, now let's say when people just think of Ogbomoso, let's say people that have never been here, that have never interacted with people from Ogbomoso like us, people from, like you said, somebody in Lekki just says, I needed to go to Ogbomoso. It's like, what do I want to go and do in Ogbomoso? Several of us who have left Lagos and have come, we've been asked, like, what's going on? What are you doing there? I remember putting the Lions Lounge you just showed us. I put it on my status, and people were asking, is that in Ogbomoso? And I said, yes, it's Ogbomoso. And the person was, I'm so glad that you guys have a place like that you can go and chill. But that was an aspect of branding, right? All of a sudden, in somebody's mind, they're not just thinking of Ogbomoso as a village. I can manage negative stereotypes people have about a place. I can attract the right investment. When I say the right investment, in branding a city, you reflect its true identity, and its true identity attracts the kind of investment that is needed for such a place. When you think of LA, you think of Hollywood. So most people go to Hollywood are thinking of movies, media, and things like that. Like I said, when you think of San Francisco Bay Area, you think of Silicon Valley. So most people who are attracted in that type of direction, there is a class of people. Are we together? So attract the right investments, you can attract relevant persons, you can enhance external influence. So for most of us, you find out that Lagos has such an influence on minds. So the same way you can enhance external influence, you can inspire hope and pride in residents. You give them something to believe, something to hope for, something to talk about, and all of a sudden, instead of you being in Ogbomoso and your Facebook bio says Ontario, Canada, you will gladly put it there, Taki, Ogbomoso. Are we together? So it also helps to increase exports. I was telling Mr. Derry, Dr. Aderito, about what I saw on his LinkedIn page a few days ago, and how that it made me so happy seeing that people from outside Ogbomoso were telling him, when are you coming to us? People from Osogbo saying that, please, like, we are waiting for you to come to Osogbo. And that is how I told him that, as far as I'm concerned, it may not be in a formal sense, but what he's doing is aiding the Ogbomoso brand. That from Ogbomoso, you can ship something from Ogbomoso to Ibadan, you can ship SQI from Ogbomoso to Abeokuta, and all of a sudden, even if you are not done it in Osogbo, people are saying, can you please come to Osogbo? And we have very similar stories like that. I've had people ask me that, is Innovate Lab really in Ogbomoso? That the branding is so good, what they do is so good, it doesn't make any sense. But we are exporting things. I know Concure here is doing amazing things. I know Simapit too. When I first reached out to him on Twitter, that was Mr. Ni Dabiri. When I reached out to him and I asked him, sir, I'm really interested in what you're doing. Where are you? And he said, I'm in Ogbomoso. And I didn't get it because I was the one. I said, which side of Ogbomoso are you in? And then I went to meet him, and there he was in Ogbomoso, and it was very interesting to me. Next slide. Let's see, please. All right, so this caused us to come to a place where we said, let's create let's brand Ogbomoso one way or another. The reason I put SQIC, E-Lab, Lautech, these people are already doing it subconsciously. We're already doing it. You know the number of people that have come out of Lautech and have gone to do great things. I mean, if you start mentioning all of them one by one, budget, I can't really, Oluyomi Ojo of Pretivo, you can name all of them, a lot of them. These companies and many others have been doing a great job branding us in a certain regard, but we're taking it a step further, and we are intentionally, consciously creating a brand for Ogbomoso. Next slide. All right, so the purpose of this presentation is to bring you through how we came about designing a visual identity for Ogbomoso. Like I've said, branding is not just about logo. It's not just about the visual representation alone, but it is a very critical part of it. All right, when you think of branding products and all that, you can think of the narrative, the brand strategy, and at the end of the day, to cap it all off, you will still see the need for a visual identity. The previous speaker showed us visual identities of certain cities, New York, Sao Paulo, and other places like that. So in designing the visual, now I'm focusing on the visual identity for Ogbomoso. For those of us that are designers, there are several rules or things you need to adapt to create a good visual identity. And you can see a lot. Hello, my slides, please. You can see a lot of them on the left. The visual identity should be unique, it should be scalable, memorable, aesthetic, relatable, timeless. Nike's logo has to be one of the most timeless visual identities you've ever seen. As when the design was made, I think they paid the person who made it maybe $37 or how many dollars, and see how valuable they are now. Some people were saying, is that all you paid? That they said, no, but we had to give her so and so stocks so that she doesn't completely lose out. And see how long that particular brand, visual identity has lasted up until now. So, but beyond all of this, one of the things we wanted to do is to inspire a belief system. Because we believe that that's one of the places where it started. One of the things that made it easy for me to move to Ogbomoso was that I saw people that believed. You talk to them and it was very, very, very interesting to me. Next slide, please. So we put all of this together. We've heard of the previous speaker speaking about the agricultural aspects of, Ogbomoso mango, Ogbomoso cashew, the place of community, different things. And I remember JD also made a statement. He said that no matter what we are doing, I actually don't feel like we've actually started. All right, we are still We are still there. It's almost as if we're in a fertile stage. So now we put all of these stories together to come up with a visual identity for Ogbomoso. Some of us, when we are shortening, now this is one of the things that happens when you're creating visual identity. Sometimes it comes by play, by just putting things together and then you get there. But we brought in all these factors and added it together, and now we have what you find on the next slide. All right, so this began to look like where we were going to. That beyond being simple, being aesthetic, and being something you can relate to, yes, being aesthetic and all that, it can also inspire a belief in the system in the fact that, one, you can see the Ogbomoso mango there. You can see the cashew. The simplest shape for representing a community is actually the circle. Right? The circle is actually the most welcoming out of all shapes. There is no sharp angle, all right? Please, yeah, and then you can even see the fetus, all right? And you can see the comma. And when we did this, the tagline we gave this is that, Ogbomoso, your journey has just started, all right? The journey has just begun. So next slide, please. We decided to add a bit of humaneness to the logo because human beings are not necessarily perfect circles and perfect lines and perfect squares. So we added some humaneness to it. Next slide, please. And how do you come in? This is my final slide. How do you come in into all of this? Now, not every one of us will be people that discover the true identity of Ogbomoso. Not every one of us will be definers. Some people will sit and define. Not every one of us will be discoverers and definers. But all of us should actually be those who accept, who own the identity of Ogbomoso, and all of us should be communicators. We all should be Ogbomoso brand ambassadors. And how can you be an Ogbomoso brand ambassador? One, create things. Create things out of Ogbomoso. That's one. Two, create things excellently. Don't just create things excellently. Three, be humane. Put humans first. Don't put products first. Think of Ogbomoso as a place where you think of people as the most valuable assets. Think of the community first. Be less self-conscious or be less self-focused and be more community-focused. And then inspire these in others. Inspire it in the next generation. Cause the next generation to come into the same things that you have come into. And then above all, wherever you are, whatsoever you do, whenever you come across something from Ogbomoso, wherever you share something from Ogbomoso, wherever you come in touch with Ogbomoso, anyhow it is, whether it is undeveloped, developing, or fully developed, be able to say, this is Ogbomoso, and our journey has just begun. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Another round of applause for him. Thank you, sir. In the next few minutes, what did I say? In the next few minutes, what did I say? In the next few minutes, what did I say? Will you be true? Do you believe? Do you believe? Don't worry, believe me now. Don't worry, it will be true. So right now, I'll call on, we'll be having Idozia's presentation. I'll be calling on the Idozia's representative. Please give them a round of applause. I know we are tired, but we can do better.
Good evening, everybody. I'm glad to be here, and I am sure we are all glad to be here. Please give yourself a round of applause again. So, my name is Dolapo, and I'm an associate product manager at SQI ICT Consultant. And over there, what we do is we provide solutions. We provide innovative solutions, not just solutions, innovative solutions, to meet the needs of businesses. Now, many of us here are students, and if you have the program there, you see Idozia, Idozia. So what is Idozia? First of all, let me just give this teaser. I have just 5 minutes here. Idozia is that solution that is going to change the face of education in Nigeria. I thought you'd give us a round of applause. Maybe the reason why you didn't clap was, I've not yet said what Idozia is about. Okay, let me give this instance. Many of us are students here, and we've had cases of students, especially during this last strike, who missed out on opportunities, both international and even at home here. They missed out on opportunities just because they weren't, for example, they weren't able to process their transcripts immediately. And it's very funny, I was in a conversation with some students, and someone said, it's almost as if, I went to a school for 5 years. It's almost as if I'm begging my school for my records. And which is very sad. A lot of my mates have gone, me, I am still here. Now, this is where Idozia comes in actually, not just transcripts, but just a few weeks ago, we had a sit down with, school owners, college owners, officers of tertiary universities, polytechnics, and we asked them to state their major challenges. And from what they were saying, I could discover that, or I learned from them that, these guys actually want to do more. They care about students, they care about providing quality education, but there is just so much on their hands for them to handle at the same time. And from what they were saying, challenges and everything, the major thing they were saying, that was common in their discussion was management. We can't manage. At the same time, we can't manage transcripts, results processing, payments. A school now was even saying, I don't even know who is owing presently. I don't know. So with that in his mind, for someone who is expecting his transcript to be processed, let me tell you, he's not thinking about your transcript, he's thinking about other things. Now, all we just did was we opened our system and we logged into sqi.idozia.app/admin, and once we logged into the system, we showed them SQI College of ICT. Now, SQI College of ICT has about 3 branches in 4 cities. Now, managing 3 schools in 4 cities is not an easy task. Yes or no? It's not. So we just showed them at the click of a button, we showed them reports, school fees payments, those who are owing, those who have graduated and might request for transcripts, later, and everything just showed in one page, just one page. Now, sorry. Idozia, I wrote something down because I wanted us to get it, very well. Idozia is a simple, smart, it just in one management solution system. It helps in school automation and school administration. Now, like I said, in the meeting we had with the school owners, they had problems of management. And like I said, people who have problems managing so many things together, it won't be possible for them to, manage, to make smart decisions. Idozia is that simple smart solution system that makes you make smart and intelligent decisions for your school. Now, I said something before I dropped this mic. I said Idozia is that solution that is going to change the face of education in Nigeria. For instance, if as a school owner, I'm able to manage my resources, human resources, I'm able to manage my financial records, I'm able to manage and automate things that normally will give me stress, I'll have time to think on development. I'll have time to think on, when I see money that is coming in, I'll have time to be able to direct those monies, permit me, I'll have time to be able to direct those monies into sustained development for my school. And the sweet part, students who graduate from my school will be able to brag to their friends and say, oh, I graduated from that school. Oh, why are you bragging about that school? See, in that school, we use the latest cutting edge technology. And that is, in the classes, if teachers, their minds are at peace, they'll be able to deliver qualitative and transformative services in their classroom. Do you agree? A teacher who is thinking about, okay, thank you. A teacher who is thinking about, the stress of marking, the stress of computing results, can come to class grumpily and be like, just say a sheet of paper. And, that's all. No. With Idos here, each teacher and school owner is able to deliver qualitative and transformative educational services to our students and for our parents, and we're able to compete with the world education system globally. Thank you.
Okay, we've come to the last two sessions. I would like to invite the convener and whoever is supporting with the awards so that they can be presented. We have a special guest that we want to honor. And for those of us who have been here from the beginning, I have special news for you. If you've been here from the beginning, you probably heard one of the first 2-3 things I said. After this event, come and meet me. If you can tell me one thing or 2 things I said, you deserve something good. Please clap for yourselves.
All right, thank you so much. We'd like to invite all our speakers up to the stage. We'd just like to present. Please, let's come up to the stage. All our speakers present. Sir, if there are any of our speakers outside, could you help us call them in at this time? Okay. Please remove the things. Right. Okay. So I'm going to read a representative content here, where it applies to every of our speakers. So on this plaque, we have Innovelab presents this award of honor to Uche Aleche, convener Startup South, for your indelible contributions to nation building and for participating as a guest speaker in the maiden edition of the Ogbomoso Digital Economy Summit, which was held on the 17th of November 2022 at the Great Hall of Lautech, Ogbomoso. So it reads the same way, but we want to appreciate. Now, these are very busy men and women. They came all the way. I really appreciate Dr. Jimmy Sayo. He came all the way from Ibadan after a very stressful week, coordinating the convocation of Precious Corners to University. Thank you so much, sir. So I'm just going to present to each of our speakers.
Will not be afraid. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it, dance in the rain. It's for my seed to grow. For every prayer, every seed I've sown, the Lord of the harvest knows I'm looking back 100-fold. The land is green, it's green. Oh, oh. The land is green, it's green.
Sorry, please. Can our speakers just come? Let's just have one picture together. Just one picture together. Yes, now, please.
Heavy flow. From my vows I won't be breaking. Though my heart is aching, I got a word and I won't let go. It's your will I'm seeking, so I keep on believing. I see it now, I understand, I know. So I embrace it then. Once again, it's time for me to grow. For every prayer and every tear I've sown, the Lord of the harvest knows I'm reaping joy 100-fold. The land is green, it's green. Oh, oh. The land is green, it's green. Can't you see? The harvest is ready. The Lord of the harvest told me so. It's green for me. I thought it was over, thought you were done with me. But we're just beginning. Oh, my life is a journey. I will walk with you. I will go where you.
Thank you, everyone who has waited up to this time. We just have to do this. It's very essential for us to appreciate all those who have supported us and made this event um, a success. So we want to thank our sponsors, Losley Agric, Kiola, Galaxy Backbone. We want to thank our partners, Concere, Diesel Crew, Elix Biogen Institute, MMC Studios, Yamu Documentary, MSME Africa, Equilibrium Zone, Emmanuel Pixels, Inside Ogbomoso News, SQ ICT Consultants. We want to thank our speakers, Professor Mojid Olawale Liasu, Dr. Jimisayo Awokola, Mrs. Patricia Simon Apps, Professor Stephen Olatunde Olamisi, Dr. Jumoke Oduwale, represented ably by Mr. Ayokuno Ojeri, Professor John Ojo Oladapo, Mr. Uche Aniche, Mrs. Yemisi Sidi, Mrs. Remy Odsi,